All right. Good evening, everybody. Let's bring this meeting to order. Should begin with a roll call.
Um, Staff will commence roll call. Chair Tard,
Present.
Vice Chair Brothers,
Present.
thank you. Commissioner Vatra,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Here.
all commissioners present.
Excellent. Before we get ourselves underway, it's the appropriate time at the beginning to ask if there are any unagendized matters that should be brought to our attention or that anybody wishes to. I see one such person. If you could please approach and state your name and where you live and tell us about it. Hey, Bob, if you can speak up a little bit and also push the little button.
Push the little button down.
Awesome.
Bob Adams, 11 Applewood. It's nice to see new faces. Thank you. Nice to see historic faces. Thank you. We'll talk to you later in the afternoon.
Better than historic. Thank you. Are there any other unagendized matters that we should be raising? Please.
Hi, I'm Ellen Vernazza. I just want to make sure, I sent in a letter to you all yesterday and it didn't get agendized, and I have copies of it here for you to read before maybe you address stuff. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Isn't that about something
Right.
that's on our agenda?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the fact of it is perhaps not on the agenda, the substance of it is. So. Please.
And we do have one person online, Rita Combs.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I want to thank the people that have stepped up and joined the Planning Commission tonight. You know, we're just happy that you are part of our town and willing to put yourselves out there to help our community. And if the two people at the end of the dais, if they can introduce themselves, they don't have name tags. I think I know who they are, but since we are starting basically a new year, if they could introduce themselves, and I'd like to know if they're employees or contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, maybe.
Yeah.
Um,
There are.
I will start. My name is Emily Lane. I'm an associate planner with the town of Portola Valley. I am a staff member and I will be helping with the presentations tonight.
And then I am Brandon DeLucas. I presented actually before the planning commission a few, almost a month and a half ago. I am actually contract staff with Good City, but helping out in Portola Valley. And I am just sitting up here to hold Terrence's spot as he had other commitments this evening. So I'm just helping out in that path.
And if I can ask our town attorney to introduce herself as well.
I'd be happy to. Thank you to the Planning Commission and to the community. My name is Catherine Ingberg. I am the town attorney and the town contracts for town attorney services. My law firm, Shoot Mahali and Weinberger, has served as first the interim town attorney and now as a town attorney since May of 2023.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Able to serve us indeed. Before asking our new commissioners to introduce themselves, I'd just like to take a moment to thank our two prior commissioners who have just come off, Ann Cobb-Sills and John Golden, both of whom who served for a couple of terms in a distinguished manner, good spirit, good humor, always prepared, and brought us through the housing element process. No mean feat, and in other matters during their tenure. So we appreciate them. Mr. Moores, if I can ask you to introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Doug Morse. I've lived in the town for 16 years. Kids went through the local public schools and then to the Priory. We're now empty nesters. We live up on Tan Oak. Semi-retired. This is my first time in working with government, but I do have some real estate background. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Vaca.
I'm Karen Batra. I've lived here for 20 years, built a house and have been doing a lot of different things here in government. I'm happy to serve.
Thank you so much. Just for the purposes of completeness, the two of you have been sworn in. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Thank you. It's an exciting time to be. Having said that, we have a full agenda for this evening. We have a first matter. And if I had my computer up, I'm going to fellow commercial. Look at that. We have a matter to consider, proposed tentative map for 2 sublot subdivisions of the existing 2.5 acre mixed use parcel. Do we have a staff report on the same?
Yes. Hello, good evening, and thank you for your time. Give me one moment to get this shared. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Ralph Robinson, and I am a consultant senior planner with the town. We'll be presenting this item tonight. So we have for your consideration a proposed tentative map for a 2-lot subdivision for the existing 2.5 acre parcel at 4370 Alpine Road. Flag. There we go. So the project site is a mixed-use parcel located at the corner of Alpine and Nathorst Avenue. The property contains 4 non-residential buildings and an unused tennis court. Now, this property was rezoned last year to this mixed-use designation from the previous AP or administrative professional designation, which previously only allowed for single-family residential uses and non-residential uses through the conditional use permit process. The new mixed-use district regulations allow for 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre and non-residential development at a floor area ratio of up to 0.22. Now, with this application, there is no new development proposed for you to look at this evening, but did want everybody to be aware of the development potential. So the project would divide the existing parcel into one approximately 1.5 acre parcel A at the front of the existing parcel and a 1 acre parcel B at the rear of the existing parcel. There's also, if you look at the site plan here, you can see the segment in orange. That is an easement for the benefit of parcel B to allow both access, utility access to Alpine, as well as for a conservation easement between the 2 parcels. Both sites meet the minimum parcel size requirements of the district of 1 acre and a lot width of 120 feet. Well exceed that, in fact. Now, the 4 existing buildings are all intended to remain on parcel A. Those existing buildings will meet the required setbacks for the district as well as the floor area maximum. Again, that it would be 0.22 in this case with the new parcel. We end up at an FAR of 0.16 based on the existing floor area. Parcel A will also maintain its front along Alpine, where it has that additional setback requirement because of the scenic corridor, which it of course meets. Parcel B will take its front along Nathorst. Now, do want to note, and this question came up in the comment I'm going to go over as well, but there are additional setback requirements for parcel B that were adopted with the housing element. So those require that for the rear portion of the lot, it maintain 25-foot side and rear setbacks. So do want to mention on this site plan, which you are not adopting or codifying anyway, what you are adopting is the tentative map to allow for the subdivision. But in the future, any development will need to meet a 25-foot side setback along that left side of the parcel there towards the rear. There is also currently already the 25-foot rear setback provided. And then we would have the 15-foot side on the opposite side. Of course, any other development will also be subject to all standards of both the mixed use district as well as the supplemental standards provided in the housing element. So as I mentioned, we did receive one comment. Of course, we went through the noticing of neighbors as well as posting on the almanac. So that comment, which you have all received a copy of, submitted by an Ellen Vernazza, and there are 3 items that she brings up in particular, which again, I'll quickly overview. So the first being the 15-foot setback for the rear lot. As mentioned, they are going to be required to provide that 25-foot side toward the rear of the parcel. So she is correct on that, and that will be required. Second, the minimum setback of 10 feet from the creek. As you might recall from the Willow Commons project, this is not a named creek. However, that said, the creek in question does run roughly along that proposed property boundary. So in that case, we do have the regular setbacks provided, which exceed the creek setback referenced here. That said, any existing future development, we would review for this requirement and all other development requirements. There's also a comment made regarding parcel A and the rear setback. That does provide the 25-foot rear setback. The thing to be aware of here, and based on our code definitions, which state that the rear property line is based on the furthest line from the front, furthest and most parallel. So in that case, there's actually a shorter segment, kind of where you imagine where the property kind of bends in there towards the rear. That is your rear property line where the 25-foot is taken from. And then the rest of that extent, based on the code definition, is considered a side property line, hence the 15-foot setback. So I did just want to clarify all those given the public comment, as well as in case any of you had questions about those setbacks as well. And I'm also happy to provide further clarification as well, of course. Okay. So pursuant to Title 17, the Planning Commission is designated with the powers and duties with respect to subdivisions. And you are reviewing those based on the findings required in 1720. I have briefly summarized those here, but of course there is more involved discussion of those in the staff report as well. But the first being, of course, that this conform with the zoning title and any general and specific plans, that the site be physically suitable for any proposed development in this case, there is no proposed development, that is not likely to cause any environmental or public health issues, and that will not conflict with public easement. So I will briefly summarize the findings as they were done in the staff report. Of course, happy to elaborate if there are any further questions. But to start, the proposed parcels conform with the standards of Title 18, specifically 1823. It's also subject to consistency with the general plan. Specifically, it's consistent with section 2102, general objectives of the land use element, and that it will continue to provide facilities and services that enhance the quality of living of local residents. Any future development will also have the potential to further enhance this quality of living through development of additional residential or related facilities and services. The project, as mentioned, proposes no new development and also aligns with the intentions of 3304, that is the scenic roads and highways element, to protect the appearance of scenic roads, including Alpine. No development is proposed at this moment, but the site was previously found suitable for the uses allowed under the mixed use designation through the zoning update process that was recently undertaken. Now, again, no new developments and no specific health or environmental concerns there, but this specific project is also exempt from CEQA based on 15315, which allows minor land divisions to be exempt if there are no variances or exceptions provided. They conform with the general plan and zoning. Any needed services and access are available to the parcel. It was not part of a division of a larger parcel in the last 2 years. And lastly, that it does not have average slope greater than 20%, which this project conforms with all of those restrictions. And lastly, there are no public easements within the site. There is a trail to the front of the site, but there is no additional encroachments or anything else requested in that area. So given the conformance with both of the general plan, the zoning title, and those findings that we just overviewed there, we are recommending that this be approved by the planning commission this evening. So in order to do that, there are, I think we can do this as one. If Catherine can clarify, but I believe it's going to be a single.
Can you repeat the
motion.
question?
Oh, sorry, I believe it's going to be a single motion this evening if they choose to.
Oh, yes, this
Approve
will
this?
need to be by motion.
Correct, yeah, so the motion to both find it category exempt as well as to approve the requested map for the subdivision. Subject to the draft resolution, which was included in your packet this evening. So I am available for any questions, as is the project applicant. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions first, and then we will open hearing other questions. So,
I thought it was a little confusing, if not misleading, where the discussion of the easement seems to say access, and the easement goes around parcel A to parcel B. I believe the access that it talks about is the parcel A to get to Nathorst, whereas the utilities is for parcel B to get to Alpine Road. And it's hard to tell because there's no commas and there's no references in that section. So Carter looks like he would like to clarify that. Or maybe you want to.
Yeah, either I mean, I'm happy to take it. I don't know what the process is first I do.
why don't you,
part of
why
that.
don't you take a whack, and then we'll invite the applicant's
Just wanted to
representative.
answer anything.
Yeah, so the overview as far as that, so initially the entire parcel was, excuse me, the entire easement was labeled for as a conservation easement. We did get some more specificity that strip going along Nathorst was really more specific to utilities. And again, if for whatever reason they wanted to be able to provide some access to Alpine. I don't believe it's wide enough for vehicular access, but some other type of access perhaps. So that is kind of the broader review, and I'm sure Carter could probably speak to it.
You're saying it allows
specificity.
access to Alpine for purposes other than utilities?
You could, well, for, you could walk along it, but you couldn't, not for vehicular access. Vehicular access would be from the portion along Nathorst to the rear. So maybe that addresses your question there. But
Can I ask if the applicant would like to supplement?
Actually, Ralph, can you get back to the? So, the parcel line, between parcels A and B, is on the A side, of the orange easement. That easement, is actually for the benefit of parcel A. Parcel B's boundary, runs through the easement. So the grantor of the easement, both the access easement, and the conservation, and landscape easement, is parcel B, granting that to parcel A. The narrow strip, along Nathorst, the easement, is access easement, for parcel A. The easement, essentially on the parcel B side, of the ditch, is, so that parcel A, can landscape that and will be responsible for the landscape maintenance, and the protection of the existing trees. So, I think there's a little bit of confusion, about where the parcel line is. So, the owner wanted, to be in control of the ditch and control of the trees and the landscaping, as a buffer, between the parcel that he's intending to retain, on parcel A. and, intends to sell, parcel B.
Thank
Can I
you.
ask a related question, Paula?
I have a different question, but you can follow up on that one.
Just why is parcel B shaped like that?
It's because of the minimum lot size
Okay.
that is required for the MU zoning district and to protect and and defend the existing buildings in their existing configuration. The owner, wants to be able to maintain those, as part of his, family's inheritance.
Okay, thanks.
I had another question. Not for a lawyer, I know not who. This is the first time I've actually served when we've had a subdivision lot line change. We are only approving what I'll call the lot line change, right? Even though there are setbacks on our drawings and other things. That is not part of what we need to make a finding on. Am I right or am I wrong?
That is correct from the applicant's point of view. These.
Yeah, so as far as, so it's correct, but yeah, you are approving the map, so I believe it was attachment, 2 that was included, so not the site plan attachment, but the parcel map that was included, so you're just approving where the lines are gonna be for the new properties.
And we're not approving any development or anything else like that.
Correct, so any
And-
future development would just be subject to the development regulations.
Those questions go to the actual resolution that was in our packet, which I will not nitpick right now, but before we're done, I will ask about it again. That's all I
Certainly.
had.
Oh, sorry, am I next? So, yeah, I had a very similar question and about, so, it seems like some of the easements in the site plan that was provided to us are not correct, as has been noted. And you're saying we're not, kind of approving this site plan. What is the function of this site plan? Why is it in here?
Yeah, so the primary function of the site plan, so with the existing buildings, we can't approve a subdivision that's going to create a non-conforming condition. So the principal thing to consider with the site plan is that showing the configuration of those buildings on parcel A and that there's no conflicts with the zoning title created by moving that lot line all the way to essentially right to the middle of this existing parcel. So that's really the primary thing. And then I think also just from it's a little more clearly illustrated on here as far as the split between the 2 parcels and those easement locations. But of course, those are also the lines themselves are also included on the parcel map for your reference.
Okay.
I'm happy to pull that up as well if folks want to refer to that.
That's okay. My other question in the initial agenda packet, at the very beginning of the resolution, it identifies CJW as CJW Architecture as the applicant. And then I asked you about that, and now the revised packet says CJW Architecture applicant on behalf of the Thiesing Group LP property owner. And, so the initial thing, it seemed, even the initial thing and the current thing seems surprising to me that the architecture firm is the applicant. So could you explain that and maybe just clarify? I mean, do we have a confirmation that the property owner is requesting this subdivision of their land?
Has to be the owner.
So yes, we do require confirmation from property owners in this case and, really in any, because with any application we handle, right, there's very typically an applicant who is an architecture firm or something similar. And then they have, permission from the property owner that we collect as well. So in this case, CJW is acting as the agent on behalf of the property owner, but yes, we do have that.
And so you're saying it's
confirmation.
normal for an architecture firm to be the applicant for a
Could
subdivision?
be an architecture firm or an engineer or any designated, again, agent of the property owner to act on their behalf.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, do we also have an owner signature on the application materials?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
I had a series of questions that are probably more for Catherine, but I'm not sure. This is kind of to me an unusual case in that we've upzoned this property and in a sense, given a windfall to the owner. Because of the housing element and the RENA requirements. And I'm wondering, do we have any opportunity here to request improvements to the land in order to conform with the new WFPD 2401 ordinance? I went there a couple days ago, and it's not perfect, and the landscaping definitely needs some improvement. There's a lot of overhanging trees, and it's a fire hazard, and I would like to see that cleaned up before before this happens. And do we have any power to request that thing or to create a condition in that?
Ralph, I certainly can't think of one at this stage in terms of the parcel map. If and when a future developer comes along and wants to develop parcel B, I think there would be more opportunities there. But Ralph, do you have anything to add to that answer?
Well, I think I'm sorry to throw this right back at you, because I believe there is an element of the subdivision that is a discretionary element to the subdivision, which
Yeah.
may present that opportunity to, but again, I'd have to ultimately defer to if there's some precedent we could point to or legal precedent we could point to on that. But I certainly understand the concern, especially given obviously recent event.
Yeah, the area of concerns on parcel A. And I don't believe it would be a significant expense because it really is just landscaping, and there's an excessive amount of trees so.
So this is the first time I've heard this come up. So I think there would need to be some conversations with the applicant. I'll say, generally speaking, if an applicant agrees to a condition, then you may impose it. Another thing that the town does have to keep in mind, just generally speaking, is that when conditions are imposed that do not bear a reasonable relationship to the permission being sought, that can be problematic from a legal perspective. So I guess I would, sort of those are some broad parameters. I think it would probably, the applicant might have a perspective on this question if you want to ask them directly.
Are we asking the applicant questions at the same time? Or is that a different period?
That would be up to the chair, I think.
that would
Think
be.
it would be you would think it would be enforceable without notice, don't you?
I want to pause this. This is or we should talk about conditions and similar during our discussion. But at this point, these are questions for staff, and then we'll open it up for the hearing, and then we'll bring it back and we can talk about the art of the possible. And I would invite the applicant to consider that during the interstitial time. Are there further questions?
I did have a question on the term "any specific plans." I thought that was very vague, and that was in the package somewhere. I can find the reference.
Asking about the resolution.
I think it was in the resolution. Any specific plans, it seems so general that I didn't know what to do with it.
I can take a stab at that. So in the staff report, it goes through the various findings that the planning commission is required to make for any subdivision. And the first one is that the first finding that the commission needs to make is that the proposed map is consistent with the general plan, any specific plans, and Title 18 of the Muni Code, which is the zoning code. So that is a requirement that applies to all maps that come before you as a planning commission. So I think it's generic language. But Ralph, do you want to add anything about the specific plan
Yeah,
and
so
finding?
that's because that is the language just taken from the subdivision title itself. And then, of course, the staff report does get into a bit more detail. You know, I imagine we could note them specifically, I'm thinking the scenic corridor plan. But I think also, I'd imagine the language is written based on the fact that this title of this subdivision title was written. And then obviously in preceding years, you have specific plans that are adopted, fallout, et cetera. So that's the reason for the general language, so that it continues to apply to whatever specific plans may or may not be enforced.
I think that's all my questions.
Mr. Morse?
I don't have any additional questions.
What's the nature of the ditch?
Nature as far as what would I call it, or what would?
Is it a ditch? What is it?
What is it? I guess that you could describe, I guess if you wanted, you could describe it that way, certainly. I mean, like as far as does it collect water? Does water run through it, or what is it? Is this a water?
What is the source of the water that is in the ditch? Is it a perennial?
Okay,
source
it is
of
not
water?
a named creek. So my understanding, it's just, from, it rains and water runs downhill and that's what we end up with, but, so yeah, sorry, I was caught me a little off guard with the specific question, but,
I think we have a gentleman
Yeah.
here who maybe seasonal swell. You can introduce yourself, please.
Yeah.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jake Garcia. I'm a consultant planner with the town. I work for Good City Company, and I've been a contract planner for the past 5 years here. I've actually worked on the project next door, and so to answer your question, this is the Nathorst Gulch. It's an unnamed creek by the definition of the municipal code. So there's no specific creek setbacks associated with it. It's a dry channel that is a tributary to the Los Trincos Creek. And so I hope that answers your question, but I'm happy to elaborate as
Are
needed.
there critters in it?
No, so any work that's done within this dry channel would need to be approved by state agencies, but there's no basis for or understanding that there's significant habitat associated with it.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate your response. Unless there are further questions, we should open it up for a hearing. Are there members either here or online who would like to speak? And I see one. Please come forward. Thank you. You state your name and your address, please.
Ellen Vernazza, 120 Nathorst. I live somewhat across the street from this project. And just so you know, I'm not against the subdivision whatsoever, but I think we definitely should get a corrected map and not even consider the tentative map because nothing on it is correct. It could, and the setbacks can definitely change where the property line is going to be. If we need X amount of setbacks between the buildings that are currently on parcel A and what the new property line will be. And I think it is important to get the information down correctly because from what I understand, Mr. Thiesing has indicated that he might want to sell this property, that he didn't want to, build on it himself. So I think it needs to be clearly stated what this property, the uses and what the setbacks are going to be beforehand So there's no misunderstanding between somebody that's buying the property or looking at the property as far as development. Thanks. And thank you for correcting the setbacks as, so far. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Sir, please.
Bob Adams, 11 Applewood. I live 30 feet diagonally across the street from the property, so I have some interest. And in the housing element, there's one issue that I want to make sure that you know, and I don't know that it needs to be changed or something needs to be changed to make it occur. But when I read through the application, one of the things I noticed is that they want to remove the bridge, the footbridge that comes up the back of the property. And so if you remove the footbridge, then one of the issues that are in the housing element has to do with parking. And parking, it says that they have to have 5 on-site locations and that they should not be visible from the street if that's possible. Now, one of the alternatives to that is that the applicant can offer space parking in front where the setback is, where the corridor is, as a way of providing parking for that site. But if you take out that bridge, then it makes it almost impossible for that to happen. Now, maybe that's the intention of the applicant. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that there's a bridge, at least it's proposed that a bridge be taken out and that could change the parking offering when it comes time to actually build on the property. And as a neighbor, I have no problem with putting houses on the property. It's not something that we have any objection to. I think the housing element covered most of our issues, so I don't think there's a whole lot more that we need to say or try to change. But my only issue is this bridge, and you may ask a question about it, but they may decide they want to do it anyway.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments from the assembled or online? And if, Ronnie, I think you probably are watching online right now.
Oh.
Yes.
There are, could I ask the previous questioner a clarifying question about
Of
his
course,
comment?
please go ahead.
Where did you see this comment about the footbridge? I don't see it in the.
We'll go and get this
We'll
result
cover it later.
in the response either by staff or by the applicant. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there online help me?
Yes, phone number ending in 3056. You're allowed to speak.
Hello, Dana Breen, 4680 Alpine. I also, thank you, want to tackle the word ditch because my experience is that it is a seasonal creek. And I just want everyone to understand that I'm in favor of housing there, but if there is any intention of putting that creek in a culvert, in the easement, it's not going to happen. So I just want you guys to be clear that that is not a ditch. Thank you.
Carter, consider yourself warned.
One more speaker, Christy Corley, you're allowed to speak.
Thank you. I agree with what was just said. It is not a dry channel. It is not a ditch. You're calling it an unnamed creek, but this creek is a seasonal creek. It goes up and down with winter. And the creek comes from across Portola Road by the fire station, goes under Portola Road. It goes under a driving bridge and it goes around, I believe, I don't have the map in front of me, and then goes around, wait a minute, through B and into A and down to Alpine Road. So I have seen the creek overflow where the cars drive over it in a parking lot over by Dr. Dunn and Carter War's office. That's the only way I can describe it because I don't have addresses in front of me. So I noticed improvements on the creek and the bridge in the last couple years after it got flooded. But on one side of the bridge, it looks like it is well maintained, and the other side of the bridge doesn't look as well maintained. So this occasional seasonal creek does eventually flow into Los Trancos, correct? And then eventually into the bay through San Francisco Creek. I always say that creek wrong. Can someone confirm where the water goes in directional? It is an important creek, and it should be named, in my opinion, since it flooded in one area at one time in the last 5 years. So I guess that's my thoughts on it, and we need to protect whatever biology lives around that creek on a seasonal area. So how will you protect the creek as buildings are built? Thank you.
Are there other people?
At this time, there's no other speakers online.
Thank you. Are there further questions or clarifications?
Ellen Vernazza, 120 Napthorst. Can I show you a picture of the creek? And this is
Not really
last winter.
relevant.
I'd love to see a picture of the creek. Thank you. I'm impressed that you've got that going. Thank you. All right, let's respond. Do I care about this ditch right now or this creek? Excuse me. For the purposes of either a CEQA consideration or from a perspective of the subdivision? Or do I think about this during site development?
So I think Jake, and I see the applicant wants to respond as well, but I think Jake did describe the water course, whatever we want to call it, appropriately, that for CEQA purposes, there have been no significant habitat identified. That said, for regulatory purposes, any work, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, any work in that water course area would need to be permitted by the state. Anything else to add? Feel free to come up if you want to add to that response.
For terms of consistency on the map for us, it's called a rock swale.
And
Yes,
also, it's in our housing element, it's called an ephemeral creek / drainage ditch. And we had a lot of discussion about it during the housing element.
That's just what I was about to say. Every time it comes up on a project, there are many different names that it goes by, and the housing element, I think, has attempted to define it as an ephemeral creek drainage ditch. It's not a very romantic name of it because it does allow for water to flow through it in storm events. However, any work that's done in or around it would be subject to the state agencies, and I believe the federal agencies, Army Corps of Engineer, but outside agencies. And the only thing that I wanted to add to that was the unnamed creek comment. The town has creek setbacks for a series of, I believe, of 3 creeks, which are named in the creek setback ordinance. So when we say it's an unnamed creek, it's not that it's that it doesn't have a name or that it's not important. It's just that it's not one of the creeks that require a creek setback.
Yeah, thank you. So that would not make it, that would make it important during site development and to be attentive to it during site prep and to maintain it, but that for the purpose of a subdivision, I don't need to think about it.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have, this down there, Winding Creek. The two other items I believe that we had is first, with respect to the accuracy of the map. Would somebody like to speak to that?
Ralph, do you want to talk about the map?
And in particular, someone asserted that the property lines were wrong. I believe that's probably not correct, but they seem to have asserted that the setbacks are wrong, and that might be correct. Right?
Yeah, so the parcel map that you'd be approving, that is all correct. That is all, surveyed, so forth. So that's what's being adopted tonight. And then as far as the setbacks, I know there was some confusion with the location of the rear lot line on parcel A, which was one of the questions we received. And then also the clarification regarding to the additional requirements in the housing element, which I know we've also covered. So regarding, at this point, I don't believe we have necessarily an outstanding setback question beyond, again, making sure that any future site plans accurately represent that left side property line for the rear parcel.
Thank you. Footbridge. How should we think about the footbridge? Should we be thinking about the footbridge, or is this a site development issue as well?
Yes, so there's there's nothing being changed to the site with this application. So, our review, right, we're not removing a bridge as part of this approval. We're just redrawing the boundary. And then, any future removals, additions, et cetera, of anything on the site is going to go through the normal processes there. So, based on this application, there's no changes to the current access, the current parking on parcel A and those buildings there. And then again, down the road, it's anticipated, right, that parcel B, as the applicant mentioned, will be sold. And at that point, whoever that property owner is, we can anticipate, seek some sort of development under those mixed use standards. But currently, nothing changing. So anybody going by the site won't see anything different until we reach that point somewhere down the road.
Would the applicant like to have any final comment before we close the comment period or to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue, a couple of things. Part of the reason, that the conservation easement, has been established, on parcel, on parcel B for the benefit of parcel A is to protect that ephemeral stream and protect the landscaping associated with it. The bridge is actually intended, to be part of the access path, to take care of and landscape that. So there wasn't any, there isn't any future plan, for the removal of that bridge. However, there isn't any plan right now to share any parking. If there was going to be some kind of, shared parking, agreement, that would likely have to be done, through, a conditional use permit. My expectation, is that the development, is going to be developed under the MU zoning district, which doesn't require, a conditional use permit. So it's expected that the parking, for parcel B will be provided on parcel B. And parcel A will retain, the parking, and its buildings as they, exist. Because that's the intention, of the owners. My main focus, in my, final comments here was that the conservation easement, was intended, to protect, that ephemeral stream, because the owner feels it's an asset, you know, to his tenants, you know, and to his office use, you know, to have that, you know, pastoral, you know, backdrop, you know, for those offices, you know, to look out to. I look forward to any further questions or, you know,
Stay here for a second. Are there any further questions? So we're going to close the hearing. And earlier, Commissioner Vatra noted that the lot was a little ratty. I think my words, not yours.
I don't think it's ratty. It's just in between about 5 and 30 feet. It's overly dense and there's a number of trees. It's, you know, it is nice. But a lot of them are overhanging the buildings. You know, there's things that could use some improvement. But I wouldn't say it's ratty from an aesthetical point of view.
Carter, would you work in good faith with Commissioner to address those kinds of
Sure.
issues?
The owner recognizes, you know, the fire risks, you know, the owner, you know, recently, you know, upgraded, you know, the roofing, you know, on the office building, you know, to a, you know, fire resistant roof, you know, to move away from, you know, the shake roof that had been there. You know, I think the fire marshal is probably, you know, the right mechanism, you know, to deal with, you know, additional, you know, spacing, you know, wood removal from some of those trees and some of the overhangs. And I don't think that there's a nexus between, you know, the requested subdivision, you know, and additional work. You know, the owner is doing this to help avail this property, you know, for housing.
Carter, I guess what I'm asking is whether you would work with Commissioner Vatra in good faith to address the concerns as reasonable rather than having this become a fire marshal or code issue.
I think we would.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Let's open it up for discussion. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioner Brothers.
I would move that we adopt the proposed tentative lot line changes, subject to revising the resolution in our packet, which is full of all sorts of undefined words.
Would you like to define those terms?
Yes, I will talk about that. You want me to do that right now?
I think you
I
were
appreciate the
about to make a
discussion
motion.
of the, yeah, I digress to say, I appreciate the discussion of these other matters, but it's not what's on our agenda and it's not what we have a paper trail for. And it's not something that in making my recommendation, I want to get off the trail of. Waters of the United States can be protected by going to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or the state or other people. And it seems like this water begs for that. The things in the, back to my motion. Number 1 talks about a final subdivision map and final improvement plans should be consistent with the tentative map. I don't know what the final improvement plans are, so I think we're approving a tentative map and not some other stuff. Similarly, in paragraph 2, it says no modification to the approved plans, which we are not approving. It is a tentative map, shall be allowed unless reviewed by us and approved by the planning director and the planning commission. I would delete the rest of the sentence depending on the scope. If we approve it, the scope is sort of irrelevant. Point number 3, it says the subdivider or any successor. The subdivider is not defined. I first read that and thought that we were the subdivider. We're the people in the power, but I think it is meant to say the property owner or whoever the subdivision, the benefits of the subdivision accrues to. And that term subdivider is then used again in the second sentence of that paragraph. And then the tentative map approved today shall be effective 16 days But then there's this thing in number 7 that gives them 24 months to approve it. I guess I should have asked a question, but it seems to me if we're approving it today, it should be finalized. Anyone who's ever looked at the county property records knows how frustrating this all can be. So my motion would be to include those resolutions, those changes to the resolution to clarify our action.
And what is the change on the last one that you're proposing?
I would delete number 7. I would certainly delete the 24 months. I'd give them maybe a month or two after the approval. Well, we are giving them the approval. It's not a conditional approval. I think you can just delete that one.
Through the chair, if I may respond. So subdivider, just briefly, subdivider is defined in state law under the Subdivision Act, and it is actually also in our code, 1708-100. Subdivider means any persons, firm, corporation, or trust commencing the proceedings under this title to effect the subdivision of a land, this title for himself or itself for another person or another. So the subdivider would, in this case, be the applicant on behalf of the owner.
That's what I thought it should be. Okay, well, if it's a defined term, I think you should at least use an initial cap,
Got it?
as I think you should have for
W-
final
We could add that to the resolution and perhaps just a cross-reference to our code.
Yep.
Would be probably an easy fix. Did you also want to address the final map issue?
Yes, so under state law for the Subdivision Map Act, this is a two-step process. So the Planning Commission is approving the tentative parcel map. There is still the final parcel map that's its own separate process. And so that's what number 7 is getting to, is that, yes, we're approving your tentative map, but you have that 24 months to get your final map. So it is a slightly separate process as defined in state law.
I understood that it was separate. I'm not pleased that it's 24 months. That's 2 years. It means we're doing something today that's going to sit around and it's going to be on the record. It's unreasonable. Is that, are you going to tell me that's the code, or are you going to tell me you made that up?
From my understanding, that state law is 24 months for any tentative parcel. We have no say on that. And I will turn it over to the city attorney to.
So that's a maximum. My guess is that the applicant wants to get this done as soon as possible because this is benefiting their
Okay.
property.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. So it becomes, the tentative map is effective 16 days following our approval. And now you redundantly says unless the council elects to change it, and then any change is made by the subdivider. We're not going to approve any changes by the subdivider as set forth in number 6, are we? We're approving what's on our record today.
Yes. That is correct. So when any,
I think we delete.
so that is if they do propose any changes, so when they go to the final map process, if there are any modifications, that is saying they have to come back to Planning Commission to review those changes with you. So that is what that condition is getting to.
Not very clearly stated, but I understand what you're saying. Okay. The use of capitals for the capital initial caps would have helped a lot on some of the columns. Because I couldn't find them. So I'll restate my motion that we approve the matter before us, subject to some minor changes as we have discussed in the resolution.
Well, can we
Let's
clarify
make
what
it
they
fun.
are and then like to hear staff has feedback on them?
Well,
I have
okay.
2. You said,
Number 1, we'll remove and final improvement plans. So it's a tentative map. That's our action. Number
you're saying we
2,
remove the words and
and
final.
final improvement plans. There's no final improvement plans in there. Number 2, no modifications to the approved plans are allowed. That should say modifications to the approved tentative map. Whatever, I'll use the word tentative map. And that's kind of like number 6, which is that if they want to make modifications, they have to come back to us, but I didn't write this. I would have put those two together. And then in number 3, I thought subdivider should have an initial cap because they're using it as a defined term, and the subdivider is not defined in this resolution. You have the applicant, you don't have the subdivider.
But the only change on that one is to make it caps because as explained by staff, it is defined in state law
Yeah.
and in our plan.
Yeah. I will concede to that. I will agree to that. And
We could also just say applicant slash subdivider too, to also just really emphasize that as well. So the cap and under the description of applicant, we can say applicant and subdivider to help provide that consistency.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I ask, did staff had feedback about the first two changes that Commissioner Brothers recommended with, about the word plans primarily?
So that has meaning.
Yeah, so I believe there's no objections, correct, Ralph, to modifying if I remember this correctly, it's condition number 1. So the final subdivision map shall be consistent with the tentative map. So we're removing the reference to final improvement plans since there are none. And then the other change was on number 2, again, removing the approved plans and saying approved tentative map, correct?
Right, exactly.
Perfect. So there are no objections to that.
Can I just look to the applicant? Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
If we, sorry, one last thing, sorry, because there's a CEQA exemption, if we could just reference the CEQA exemption as part of your motion. That's the only thing.
So adopted. So changed. I changed my motion to include that.
We are actually going to, this is probably a voice vote rather than.
Chair Targ,
Aye.
Chair Targ,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brothers.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vatra,
Yeah.
Commissioner Morse,
Aye.
Commissioner Krasinski.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much and congratulations and progress on achieving our green numbers and implementation of our housing element. That's all right. So we're going to take a brief pause before starting the next matter.
No, you're good. That's why.
I know that is correct. The resolution itself, we're kind of talking to each other, but the resolution itself already included a finding of public reference. The resolution there. So. Yeah.
It wouldn't matter because it's actually categorically exempt and you don't need to adopt the categorical exemption. I'm telling you that it's not critical for a CADX. I think different people can do it different ways. What the town attorney said is
I'm fine with
is neat.
I think he said nothing
Yeah.
about FITWA, but I think it's better to.
I agree.
I actually.
Have you?
I did. It could have been that. Anyway, it's fine.
How do you want to do it, just as a matter going forward? Oh, I just gone, she did.
All right, we're reconvening, please. This is our second item on the agenda. There we go. We will consider amendments to the conditional use. 7B30 from master plan to increase maximum allowed floor area, site increase maximum allowed for the surface of the site, increase maximum allowed number of on-site occupations on-site. We review and application of peer review and self-development permit for the letters of the new road. On site and book improvements and new make the bridge for the Lakeside Park located at here to Aurora. Yes, thank you, Chair, and hello, Planning Commissioners, and welcome new Planning Commission. My name is Jake Garcia. I am a consultant. I'm a consultant planner for the town of Portola Valley, and I'm here to present the item before you tonight. That is a conditional use permit amendment, architectural review of a new athletic center, pedestrian connection, new road, and site development permit at the Woodside Priory School. It's at 302 Portola Road. I'll go ahead and take you through the presentation now. I can get it to stay in one place. Oh, I must be touching something. It's a small podium. Okay, let's try this.
Development, for younger people.
Yeah, all the time.
Rather than historic people.
I'm always asking my grandparents to help me out with this. So the Woodside Priory School is a private college preparatory school for grades 6 through 12 and was established in 1957. This is prior to the town's incorporation. On your screen, you'll see the general vicinity. You'll see Portola Road at the bottom of your screen out front, and you have a couple of roads kind of going in towards the campus, Georgia Lane, Priory School Road at the center of campus, and Gambetta Road on the east side of the campus. The Priory is governed by a conditional use permit. That's CUP X7D-30. And I will be referring to the Woodside Priory School as the Priory throughout this presentation, and I'll also be referring to the conditional use permit X7D-30 as the CUP. So this was the first approved in 1968 and last amended in 2021. The CUP governs the maximum number of students and teachers and support staff. It also governs the maximum floor area, impervious surfaces, and on-site parking space quantities for the campus. Important amendments to the CUP were last approved in 2005, 2016, and 2021. An overall master plan map is also adopted for the conditional use permit, and that's what you're seeing here on your screen. This is the existing overall master plan. And in highlighted with red rectangles are the general vicinities of the proposed work that you'll be reviewing, along with the architectural site review and site development permit and conditional use permit amendments. So taking you through the project history, this conditional use permit amendment and physical site improvements first came forward to the town in late 2022. And it was presented to the ASC at a conceptual design review in February of 2023. The applicant team went back and made some larger revisions and fine-tuned based off of feedback from the ASCC and presented to the Planning Commission a preliminary review on May 3rd, 2023. And at that meeting, the Planning Commission advised them to show the revised plans to the ASCC again. So they went in July of 2023 back to the ASCC. And at the end of 2023, the applicant team revised their overall plans and created a plan to move forward with a series of projects that were kind of picked out of the projects that were last reviewed by the Planning Commission and the ASCC when they reviewed it in 2023. And that includes the CUP amendments that are before you tonight. It also includes the Athletic Center project, the pedestrian connection, the new road, and the site development permit that you're seeing. But it also includes a middle school courtyard that was approved in June of 2024. So that was already been reviewed by the ASCC and approved. It was found to be in conformance with the CUP, which is why it did not go before the Planning Commission. And then the forthcoming projects include addition and remodel to a Gambetta gym, and a chapel addition and remodel and new chapel admin building. This was identified at the May 2023 Planning Commission meeting to be generally consistent with the CUP and was given an informal green light for allowing them to move forward with just ASCC review because it was consistent with the conditional use permit. For the most part, and the purpose of those projects was to allow for like equity within the Gambetta gym locker rooms and athletic uses, and allow for the chapel addition to be able to effectively allow for all of their student body population to be able to sit in the room at one time. And so that was generally agreed upon by the Planning Commission back in May of 2023. So there are no other projects on the horizon other than the ones that I've just gone through. This is the scope of work that you're reviewing to allow for the remaining projects outside of the ones that are forthcoming to the ASCC for the addition remodel, the Gambetta gym, and of the chapel and admin building. Moving on to the proposed master overall plan that you're seeing here on your screen.
I'm sorry, can you please go back to the previous slide? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Of course.
So I just want to make sure that we understand what's here before us. I found that confusing in the staff report. So I just want to make sure that I know what we're signing up for.
Sure.
So if you can take us through once more, please.
Sure. So the project before you tonight is for a conditional use permit amendment, and that will be run resolution, including the CEQA determination for the project. And the second resolution is an architectural review site development permit for the athletic center, pedestrian connection, new road, and site improvements, tree removal, the physical improvements associated with this project. So that's what's before you tonight.
So for example, the master plan map would not be before us this evening.
The master overall plan is a part of the conditional use permit. It's adopted as an attachment. So revisions to that master overall plan are before you as well.
Thank you.
Is that clear enough for me to move on, or would you like me to?
No. Why don't we go and move on, and then we'll come back and revisit during questions. This was kind of the central.
Great. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
All right, so the proposed master overall site plan is shown on your screen. And this shows the proposed revisions to the site to allow for the architectural review and site development permit that's you're reviewing. And the conditional use permit amendments are to facilitate these physical improvements. And we'll go through those in more detail later in this presentation. So out front, is the new athletic building. This is sited behind the existing track. It's located on Kalman Field, which is a softball field. And it overlaps with the existing parking area. So you'll see it there on your screen. All the blue highlighted within this map is proposed. And we have an extension to the parking lot that will go into more detail adjacent to the new athletic center. The new athletic center itself is 2 stories, which totals of 42 feet in height. That varies from 37 feet to 42 feet, and you'll see that within the elevations. It's approximately 34,000 square feet in size. So this will trigger the need for amendments to the conditional use permit to allow for the increase in floor area. And then it's set back from the property lying along Portola Road at 315 feet and 7 inches. Moving on to the elevations, we're seeing the south elevation. This is the elevation that faces Portola Road and the track and field. On the left-hand side is the gymnasium portion of the building, and on the right-hand side is a 2nd-story viewing deck, as well as locker rooms, athletic like studios and coaches' offices. Here is the east elevation, the north elevation, which is the rear side of the building. This is facing interior to the campus, upslope. Looking at it from upslope, you'd be looking downslope at this this building here. And the top 2 elevations are, the roof is proposed to be like sawtooth. There are a series of shed slanted roofs. And so these are the windows that would be facing inward towards the campus. And on the next the next 2 elevations, you'll see what we mean by sawtooth. So this is the east elevation. This is the side that is not the gymnasium. This is where the locker rooms and athletic rooms are. You'll see the viewing deck and a staircase going on the left-hand side that goes towards the athletic fields. And the elevation on the right is interior to the middle of the building, and this looks west. Towards the locker rooms and the athletic rooms that are on the right side of the building if you're looking at it from Portola Road. So here is the west side of the building. We're looking at the west and east elevations of that west side of the building. So this is where the gymnasium is located. You'll see the stairs on the top elevation. This elevation is closest to the parking lot. And on the bottom elevation, this is looking at the gym from the other side. So behind that elevation would be the parking lot, and you're looking at it from, say, the viewing deck or from the east. The colors and materials proposed are consistent with the town's design guidelines, and they meet the WUI requirements for fire-resistant materials. You'll see that the siding is wall cladding, cement panel, non-combustible fiber, cement panels. The LRVs are 30, they're earth tone. The ASCC reviewed these siding materials and found them to be a little bit brighter than what they were comfortable with. So they asked the applicant to make or take in consideration if they were able to darken the materials at the time of the meeting. The applicant had indicated that these materials only come in so many colors and the other ones were too bright or too dark for the site. And they have prepared a response to that in their presentation, and they can walk you through their decision-making process for those materials. We also have the roofing color here with an LRV of 4, which matches the railing colors throughout the proposed building. And then you have your roof eaves at a 1-hour fire-rated mass timber deck and blue glam beams. Those will be on the underside of the eaves. And then you also have materials for your window mullions and exterior doors on the building. And then the window glazing is treated to be tinted. And we have site fencing that matches the existing site fencing throughout the site. So here's a rendering of the building, kind of panned out. We are somewhere above the field or Portola Road, looking in on it. You'll see, again, the sawtooth roof structure, the viewing deck on the 2nd story on the right-hand side of the building connects to Skybridge, which connects to the above road behind the building. You also see out front, you have bifolding doors and window covers. This is to mitigate for any noise and light that may be emitted from the building at undesirable times. And then looking at the floor plans, again, this is your gym, gymnasium on the left-hand side, locker rooms and the athletic rooms on the right-hand side on the first floor. And now we're looking at the second floor where the gym is open to the ceiling and again, more athletic rooms, restrooms, and we also have the viewing deck. Okay, the general feedback from the ASC before leaving the athletic center, they were generally in approval of the architectural design, the landscaping associated with the project. Their feedback related to the plans were recommendations to revise the lighting, which we'll go through in more detail. And they also had concerns about noise to the building, which we'll also go through more detail. So I don't want to overlook those yet. We're going to go through them. But next, I'll take you through the site improvements associated with the project. And we're looking here at the new road that's connecting Gambetta Road on the east side of the campus into the center of the campus to an existing road. Where it connects to the existing road, it will allow for a new circulation pattern drop off and pickup for the student population. The previous drop off and pickup road, which runs perpendicular to the proposed road and through the middle of the campus, will be closed and be converted to a pedestrian connection. And so it'll be closed all through traffic, but it will still allow for deliveries and emergency access by emergency vehicles. There was a traffic study provided for the proposed circulation pattern, which indicated that the anticipated queue associated with pickup and drop off would be maintained on site. And that's included as an attachment to this staff report as well. Other things to note is that this proposed road is proposed to be one direction. So you would enter in at Gambetta, go through the campus to pick up and drop off, and come out on Priory School Drive. That one gave me a blank. Here is the tree removal plan. This is in the vicinity of the athletic center. And let me give you some numbers for related to tree removal and significant trees that may be affected or impacted. So there are a total of 120 trees within close proximity to the proposed scope of work, 76 of which are significant trees, as surveyed by the project arborist. And as a part of the proposed project, a total of 37 trees are proposed for removal. 15 are significant and 22 non-significant. And all trees that are proposed for removal are due to either poor health or the trees proximity to the proposed construction, like the new driveways and the associated grading. And here's the second part to that tree removal plan. This is showing the vicinity of the proposed Gambetta Road connection. Here we have the proposed planting plan. We have 75,000, approximately 75,000 square feet of landscaping proposed. This is primarily native drought resistant planting. Everything within the scenic setback and along the scenic corridor is required to be native plantings. So the applicant has implemented that into their plans, and it also shows planting plans out front of the building to help visually see the building from Portola Road. So the initial guidance from ASCC was to plant closer to the building rather than right up along Portola Road. So instead of creating like a fence-like facade along Portola Road, it's instead kind of more incorporated into the site, as well as the proposed parking area. Conservation Committee reviewed the plans and the ASCC reviewed the plans, and both were in general agreement with this as well. And here is the proposed planting plan in the proximity of the Gambetta Road connection. You'll see some minimal trees along the road and maintaining the meadow that the road is proposed in. Here we have the parking plan. So the applicant proposes 337 parking spaces. This includes 43 future spaces that have not yet been placed, and would, at the end of these projects, result in 294 parking spaces. So this is kind of the way that the CUP language lays it out, the existing CUP. And so the revisions to the parking requirements and the parking conditions, condition 4B and 24 are composed in a way to maintain the current language. But what you're looking at here is the existing parking that includes overflow parking. And the future spaces have always historically been to allow for the Priory to place them at their own discretion with approval from the planning and building director or the ASCC, depending on the scope of work. So if the planning and building director found it to be a point or a location that is of concern, they may refer that to the ASCC, who may refer that to the planning commission if it's beyond what they're comfortable approving. So there are currently 15 spaces that are designated for that in the existing CUP, and so the revisions here are shown will allow for up to 43 spaces. And ultimately, if all the parking spaces are implemented or determined to be needed, they would result in an increase of 1 parking space from what they're currently allowed. There is a parking memo associated with the project, and it's been included as a part of the record in the staff report. And that indicates that based on the uses that the Priory currently based on the Priory's current usage, the parking is adequate. So there's also a memo narrative from the Priory indicating that they have no proposed changes or changes to increase the athletic programs or the use of the campus with the new building. Instead, it's to maintain it and to improve the current programs, which in tandem with the parking memo, which states that there is no need for the increased or there's no the current parking adequately or is appropriate for the site. Sorry, that's a little bit butchered there, but essentially the parking memo says that the existing parking is adequate, and the narrative from the Priory is indicating there's no proposed changes to the use. So in the end, we result in 1 parking space. However, initially you'll have less parking at a total of 294. Yeah, and I'm happy to clarify any questions on that because you can see how that's a little bit hard to follow. Moving on to the impervious surface. The existing conditional use permit has a maximum allowed impervious surface of 315,693 square feet. It's unclear how this number has been calculated in the past. There's no clear record in the master overall plan or in staff reports that indicate how this is calculated. And so utilizing the town's definition of impervious surface, we asked the applicant to provide us with impervious surface on site according to the town's definition of impervious surface. And that resulted in a total of 367,425 square feet, which is more than what's allowed on site. However, staff believes this is a record keeping issue, as there's no clear definition that was applied to how this is calculated for the sites. In prior conditional use permit amendments and physical improvements, there's been no indication, or they're all consistent with what we're seeing as site improvements on the site. So we don't believe that there has been impervious surface that has been added without the town's acknowledgement or consideration, though the number is exceeding the existing conditional use permit. So the baseline that we have or what we are indicating as the existing baseline is 367,425 square feet. With this project, the applicant is only proposing 23,320 square feet, which puts them at a requested maximum allowed of 390,745 square feet. There is a site development permit associated with this project because of the amount of soil movement. When soil movement for any project exceeds 1,000 cubic yards, it's to the discretion of the planning commission to review and approve. The purpose of the site development permit and the grading associated with this project is to allow for the site improvements associated with the parking lot, with the athletic building itself, the athletic center, and citing the new road from Gambetta Lane. And that results in a total of 5,700 square feet. So that takes you through a majority of the project. I'm still to go through exterior lighting and through the noise concerns. So as proposed to the ASC, the Priory came forward with a lighting plan that the ASC had concerns with. They thought there was too much lighting. Many of these light fixtures technically don't comply with the town's ordinance. However, the municipal code does allow for the ASC to allow for lighting that exceeds the town's requirements for commercial parking areas, and the town has historically interpreted this to apply to its institutions. And so the lighting plan before you is, or I should start to say, the ASC asked for major revisions to that lighting plan to reduce the overall amount of lighting to better conform to the town's requirements and to these design guidelines. The applicant indicated that by doing so, they would be out of compliance with the California Building Code. So the revised plan before you is as in response to the ASC's review, where they conditioned the project to be revised to meet the California Building Code minimum requirements, and where they can meet the town's requirements and guidelines. And so the plan before you has been revised substantially. You'll see here, this is what all the existing light fixtures that were proposed in the last project with notes of reductions. So that first light has been removed from the plans altogether. You'll see that these step lights, there were a total of 32 of them. They've been reduced down to 4, and that's located out in front of the athletic center. And I'll go through some site plans to show you what the proposed lighting is now. There were 24 20-foot parking lot area lights that have now been reduced to 13. In addition to reducing the lighting, they're maintaining the existing lighting that goes to the pedestrian corridor. So they removed any proposed lights out of that corridor, and they removed any proposed lights off of Gambetta, the Gambetta Road connection. It was a reduction from 28 lights down to 1 light for the 4th light on the list, which is also a 20-foot parking lot area light that had a different lens on it. And the 14-foot parking, there are no changes to the 14-foot parking lot area light, which is the second to last in that first list. And there are no changes to the last light on that first list. So still proposing the 5 there. Any other revisions I think that are associated or that were highlighted? There are no other highlights that I wanted to first go over prior to jumping into the actual lighting plans themselves. So I am also going to go back to that noise slide. However, here's the exterior lighting plan. We're going to go into 3 different areas and both floors of the athletic center. The first area is this is the pedestrian corridor. So all the lights that you see here are existing lights, where previously there were other proposed lights. And on this next lighting plan, we're looking at primarily the parking lot. So the green lights again represent existing lights to remain. The purple lights indicate lights that have been relocated from behind the athletic building generally over to this kind of roundabout curb. And then the blue lights are what is proposed for the parking lot area now, which again is an overall reduction. And jumping to the architectural plans, we're seeing the exterior lighting for the first floor. And so out front are these purple lights. These are the 14-foot light poles out front of the building and intermixed with the landscaping. And then there are also a series of architectural down lights that are proposed along the perimeter of the building. So you'll see them along the doors, stairways, as well as on these front steps. These front steps used to have 32 lights, and now they have 4. That's indicated in blue. And then there are lines on the plans that indicate like strip lighting that is downlit and has a series of lights that run on those. And so again, we added a condition from the ASCC review, condition number 5 to the architectural review and site development permit resolution that requires the applicant to meet the town's design guidelines and requirements. And where they are not able to, because of California Building Code, they shall comply with the minimum building code requirements. And so our building consultant would review that at the time of building permit. Here we're looking at the second floor plan for exterior lighting, and which is primarily located on the viewing deck and on the left side of the building where the stairs are located. Okay, jumping back to the other concern from the ASCC, and that is regarding the acoustic study. So the ASCC and the members of the public raised concerns about the potential noise that the athletic center could have on surrounding properties, particularly south-facing or properties that are subject to the south-facing athletic center building. And so this table here is pulled from the is information pulled and prepared to put together by staff to summarize the findings of an acoustic study that was provided. So we had an initial acoustic study. There was an attachment to the staff report that has since been revised as a supplementary item to the January 14th, on January 14th. So we received it yesterday, and we pulled together what their anticipated noise level for the athletic center will be when the doors are open. On the first row, and the first column is the average noise that will be produced from the athletic center. The second column is the maximum noise, and so the town's requirements have maximum limits for both of these on the bottom row. So going row by row now, we're looking at first the open gym door scenario, where you have 47 decibels and 63 decibels respectively. And then when the gym doors are closed, they are less, it's 33 decibels, 48 decibels. And the code requirements between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Would be 50 decibels and 65 decibels. So the anticipated noise impacts are projected to be less than the code requirements. There is also in the revised acoustic study an analysis of the noise created from the athletic center, I'm sorry, from the athletic fields being generated and then bouncing off of the newly proposed athletic center. And so the report indicated or concluded that those noises would be increased by less than 1 decibel. And they've also provided some diagrams that I'm more than happy to show that are not included in my presentation. I believe the applicant team's noise consultant is available to answer questions here tonight as well, and they will also be going through their findings.
Sorry, real quick, what does PL stand for in this table? Noise level at PL?
Measured at the property line. And then the report also noted that the any noise generated from behind the athletic center would be reduced as it enters towards, or as it goes to the property lines. Okay, moving on to the conditional use permit amendments. So the basis for a majority of the conditional use permit amendments are associated with the request of the architectural review and site development permit. And there is a red line attachment to the staff report. I'm sorry, it says attachment 4, but it's actually attachment 3, where each condition that is being revised, it'll show the existing language revised with red lines to what the proposed language is. And a clean version is attached to attachment 1, exhibit A. So condition 1, just going through these conceptually, happy to talk about any of these in more detail. Condition 1 is for a revision to allow for all of the APNs associated with the site to be explicitly listed on the conditional use permit. The existing conditional use permit cites one APN and does include the full site area. And we just want to clean this up so that it's clear that all the APNs are associated with that site area and under this conditional use permit. Sheet C10 of the proposed plans show the overlay of all the APN, of all the parcels with their associated APN over the project site for your reference. Condition 4A is the maximum allowed floor area and impervious surface. So the changes to this language is to be modified in order to allow for the proposed project that we just went through. Condition 4B is associated with the parking requirements and revised to maintain the language that the CUP has, again, with the details of the project, the proposed project before you tonight. Condition 4C is to update the master overall plan to also reflect these physical improvements. There's also a recommendation to adopt, as a part of the master overall plan, the impervious surface plan so that we can have a clear record of how that's been calculated moving forward, to have a updated parking plan and landscape plan also to be reflected with the conditional use permit for implementation into the future. Condition 8 is an existing condition related to noise monitoring. It was intended to capture any, or for the Priory to report any, I'm sorry, it was to, for the applicant to report on any nighttime events that ended after 8 p.m. And according to their annual reports, there were no events that occurred on campus that went beyond 8 p.m. So therefore, this condition was never implemented. It was for the year calendar years 2022 to 2024. And so it's timed out now as we are in 2025. So staff's recommendation is to keep the condition because it was never implemented, but we've removed the time frame from it. And we still maintain that the first event should have a noise monitoring report provided to determine its consistency with the town's noise requirements. And then for any event after 8 p.m., after that initial event, should there be any noise violations that have been verified by the county sheriff's office, would require modification to their programming to ensure that the town's noise ordinance is being adequately enforced. There's an added condition 8B, and this is associated with the athletic center to also, again, enforce the town's noise requirement. So it has been prepared to allow for noise monitoring to occur after the construction of the athletic center to confirm compliance. And if it is reported not to comply, then there would need to be revisions to their noise monitoring and reporting plan to ensure that they are meeting the town's noise requirements. So both of these conditions are really to enforce the town's noise ordinance and to attempt to address ongoing noises and use on the campus. Condition 9 is associated traffic monitoring. So at the last conditional use permit, this condition was added to monitor the pickup and drop off traffic associated with the site. And if there are any impacts to traffic that were identified at that time, then the priority was to provide a traffic plan that would mitigate for any of those impacts. In short, they did provide a traffic monitoring report and it found to have no impacts and that the traffic circulation plan was functioning as it was intended. But since the circulation plan is changing and they're closing that road through the center of campus for a pedestrian connection and creating the new Gambetta connection, we are proposing that this condition remain and be applied again to the new circulation pattern. Condition 12 excuse me. Condition 12, I don't have memorized, but, um, oh, right, condition 12, states that all, building permits, that are in the purview of a conditional use permit shall be reviewed by the ASCC. And so the Priory has requested that this, be amended to clarify that only external, building permits are subject to review by the ASCC, so any internal building permits not be reviewed. Staff is in general agreeance with this, but has modified the language to allow for the planning and building director to first review any proposed building permit and assess whether or not it needs to be reviewed by the ASCC. And of course, when the ASCC reviews it, they have the discretion to appoint it to the planning commission should they feel uncomfortable or feel like more review is necessary. And condition 14F was initially proposed to be removed because it is associated with condition 8 and 9 of the conditional use permit, which is all. Annual reporting, and required to report annually to the town relating to its compliance with the use permit. The amount of agreements every year, so in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024, the Priory has supplied this annual report. Typically, staff will take it to the planning commission for review and feedback and to comment on the annual report and do communication. This has not been done in the last 3 years, and so this is really flagged by staff to be something that we can do better on and moving forward, having them come to you for the, but over the last 2 years. Condition 24 is associated with parking. And again, this is a consistency with condition 14. And that is to implement the logistics and after the publication of the staff report, the applicant volunteered the conditional approval for the conditional report, and that is associated with museums that we need to person on the field, which is in accordance to, I'm sorry, which is part of the joint use agreement associated with the site. The fire and volunteer this condition, trying to do athletics and engage in available to be used year round on Sunday between family and home. And the same care support this agreement. The basketball, just like a side note, provided a few times may be modified as recommended that we always that prepare themselves that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, everything is so small here. I think I might have just bumped it off. But having just read the last slide aloud, I'm moving on to the public comment. And that is this meeting was publicly noticed to all owners within 1,000, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1,000 feet of the site, and is also published in the Daily Post on January 3rd. The Priory also maintains their own email list and has provided project updates throughout the course of the project. Since the publication of the staff report, the Planning Commission has received 4 public comments, and they've been provided to the Planning Commission.
What's the Daily Post? Not paper I get. What is it?
The Daily Post is a Bay Area Peninsula newspaper that is one of the newspapers that the town will notice to.
That little freebie thing that you pick up at the grocery store?
Yeah, you often see them in the metal boxes out front of many establishments.
That's effective notice of every person. Thank you. So clarifying.
I should also mention, there's also a project website that has been updating this project throughout the course of the entire project. So that's a useful reference for all uploads and updates on public meetings. The project has been determined to be exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act for CEQA guidelines section 15314, which exempts minor additions within existing school grounds where the addition does not increase original student capacity by more than 25% or 10 classrooms, whichever is less. And here's the recommendation, should you decide to take it. And that's the end of the staff's presentation. The applicant is here and has their own presentation. They've asked for an opportunity to present their project as well as an opportunity to respond to any public comments associated with the item before you tonight. This is entirely up to the Planning Commission. It's not atypical to allow for that. However, alternatively, you could ask them to clarify or chime in as you see fit, or you could just allow them to address any comments that have come up in public comment. So we leave that up to you. And with that, thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation and the complexity of the matters that you've just gone through. I'd like to take it on myself to say that I'd like to give Priory the opportunity to present. You would then turn back and ask questions of staff. And then we have Dana Breen, who is chair of the AACC. We don't have the AACC minutes. I think that would be useful to hear from her to supplement the record. From there, we would go to public comment, and then depending on where we are, we'll probably take a break someplace in there. And then we would take it back, and I can see that Commissioner Krasinski would like to jump in.
I just want to, I believe Dana's not the chair of the AACC.
Aha, so she is the vice chair who is acting as chair.
And I had a,
Carter, the chair?
So Carter is currently
Say who's a member.
a member
She-
of the AACC, yes.
So noted. I want to do a couple of things. One is I want to note that there's been a troublesome aspect of this process. And I just want to call it out. I think we've probably all experienced it, from staff to Priory to members of the commission, and particularly our newest members of the commission, and to members of the public. The Priory has been thinking about this project since about 2022-ish, and has visited with the ASCC a couple of times, the Planning Commission at least once, maybe twice, submitted an application back in May or June. The ASCC was noticed of the meeting and provided the packet. The notice did not go out appropriately to members of the community, contrary to our policy. So many people in the community, notwithstanding the fact that the process has been underway, were caught unawares and unable to participate. The meeting itself was held in a week or so before Christmas, which was challenging for many people. 3 people only were there. We the planning commission were noticed of the meeting on the 15th, on Friday at 7 o'clock with two of our members here who weren't even sworn in. And then the packet has now been supplemented. Or I guess we were invited to a site visit on Saturday afternoon, which wasn't also noticed to the public. And we now find ourselves in a taxed situation, both in terms of the more than 350 pages to read, plus additional comments that have come in. Priory is eagerly trying to move forward with their project so they can get it implemented while students are out and staff is scrambling to deal with everybody who is scratching at the door, and I appreciate the forbearance there. So I just want to call out that it has been a taxed moment, and for lack of a better word, I'd invite your grace as we move forward with this. We are going to take the time that we need in order to make an informed decision and for members of the community to feel comfortable that they understand what the project is and that they've had an opportunity to move forward. That may be frustrating both for staff and Priory and taxing, but it's important that we're able to move forward with a common understanding and with transparency as we go forward. I think that I want to just look to see if there are any students here. I don't know that there are who might want to present. It's going on 9 o'clock, and people have made a special effort and need to wake up for school tomorrow. They ought to have that opportunity to present and get back to their homework. So I'm looking here, and if anybody would like to come forward for a special condition or being mute, so be it. In that case, I would propose that we have the Priory present, and then we ask questions of staff and potentially of Priory as well, and then go to public comment or potentially take a break if that seemed reasonable to you.
May I ask you a question?
Oh, it's
You think the, what I'll call procedural errors are of a sufficient magnitude that we ought to reconsider whether we're making any decisions tonight, and whether this is informational as opposed to decisional oriented?
I don't
Or
know
would
that-
you prefer to defer on that question?
I don't know that we need to, I have some thoughts on that. But I don't know that we need to reach that particular issue at this time. I think that going through questions that we have, going through understanding Priory's presentation and understanding comments from the public. And I think that at that point, one, we're going to do a time check.
Okay, fair enough.
And I'm waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Why are you sleeping
so-
in?
Well, I went to sleep at 5:30 a.m. this morning, so I guess I'm taking a break.
Sorry, okay, sorry. I just want to
So
clarify that.
that's my thought on that, unless, again, there are concerns or thoughts that we should translate there. And looking at staff and council, and that all looks fine. With that, welcome Priory. You're a valued member of our community. You've been here before we were a town. You aren't going to be here after. If we're not going anywhere, notwithstanding what people may have read. And with that, do you have a presentation for us?
We're not going anywhere either. So we actually think we're going to be here as long as the town's here, right?
Excellent, excellent.
We're grateful for the time. We're grateful for your energy, your focus. and really your service. We feel the support from the town. Priory has always prided itself in being part of the town. We feel like the town has influenced us a tremendous amount, and we feel like we have been able to, have an impact on the town too. Jake did a great job of describing in great detail a building and some improvements to our campus. And in a minute, Emily is going to describe again in incredible detail, how this this new facility and some of the proposed changes, will fit within the landscape of our campus. We'll really look to maximize sustainability and really kind of create an environment that is very much in concert with, Portola Valley and Priory. I think we look at this as not just a building or not just roads that connect, our campus, but really building community. The Priory has done that for over 68 years here, and the Benedictines have been doing it for 1,500 years. And we're heirs to that tradition. So we're grateful to be part of that family and grateful to be part of this family. One of the Benedictine values that I think resonates with us is this concept of stability. Stability really providing, strength and clarity. And that stability for us comes from, our values. And that stability certainly does not mean simply being, stuck, right? It's stable is different than stuck. As the town has evolved and grown, we too have evolved and grown, and we're grateful to do that with the town. We think this proposal, the changes that we have in front of you, simply do that. We continue to evolve and grow and best meet the needs of our students as we have done for 68 years and as the town has done for us, for 68 years. So we're grateful to be part of this, and we're excited to continue to unpack and address whatever concerns or questions you have. We're confident in what we're doing. We've really appreciated the feedback that we've gotten, not only from the times that we've been, in front of different groups here, but also the outreach that we've done and the public hearings that we've had that may not even be part of the current town understanding or knowledge. So we're grateful for that, and we're confident in what we have, and we're excited to share this with you. So I'll turn it over to Emily. She needs no introduction. She's met with all of you or been here before. Extraordinary architect and the team that she's assembled, really has worked, to again, be very mindful of who we are and what we are and where we are. So I'll turn it over to her.
So this is our full team, as you see here on the screen. And just to note, our civil engineer, our landscape architect, our lighting designer, they're all online and available for questions as needed, and our acoustical engineers here in person. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible since Jake went into so much detail. You all know the Priory campus very well. Portola Valley Road that snakes along the south edge, and the campus, which basically sits within residential neighborhoods, and then the hillside. Again, the scope of the work is similar to what was originally presented in the CUP master plan before. I think one big revision is that we've moved the proposed athletic center to the base of the hillside next to the track. Originally, it was located in the master plan and previous CUP agreement next to Gambetta Gym. We feel like this location is better not only functionally for the Priory, but it avoids a lot of cutting into the hillside, tree removal, other things. Find it to be a more sensitive location. This CUP amendment and campus plan includes the new entry drive, as Jake explained. What this does for us is not only provide a kind of new and welcoming entrance to campus, but it allows us to reclaim the middle of campus as a pedestrian environment. So we're really separating the kids from the cars. We also have middle school courtyard refresh, nearly complete. The parking next to the athletic center, a locker remodel, and a chapel remodel. Again, these are not new projects in the context of the CUP. Okay, parking. the areas shown in circle with that black circle are the areas where we're removing parking from campus. Those are two spots. One is the connector between the Performing Arts Building and the Aquatic Center, allowing students not to have to walk through a parking lot to get to the Aquatic Center. Those parking spaces are being relocated in the plan in where you see that kind of orange rectangle there, just below the gym. And then we're also removing the head-in parking along the new entry road. Again, we're trying to minimize the back and forth of cars and the impact to students who would be crossing there. And those are moved to the west-ish edge of the athletic center into that parking lot. We're correcting the record to reflect that it's 336 parking spaces that are proposed per the current drawings and project. Impervious surface. So the reason that there's a delta between how the impervious surface, the number of for the impervious surface from the original CUP master plan and what's shown here today is that historically the town used the driveway exemption here under Municipal Code 1856010 that any driveway further than 100 feet from a residence could be excluded. And previously that was interpreted as a structure. Here we're taking the more strict interpretation that if it's not a residence, even if it's a structure, we're not using that exemption. And so that is the difference in the delta from those two numbers. And in fact, if we were using that exemption, we would be within the overall impervious area as noted in the previous CUP. It's also worth noting that we don't currently exceed the residential impervious surface maximum, which would be around 400,000 square feet when we use that standard. Happy to answer more questions in more detail on that. Okay. So the building is really situated at the bottom of the hillside. That was really intentional in order to sort of tuck the building into the site. You can see here in section that the building is pulled away from the hillside to avoid cutting into it any tree removal or excavation. So we're retaining those nice tall trees along what will be the new entry road, which actually exceed the height of the current building. The building is divided into these kind of undulating sawtooth roofs to help break down the mass of the building and to sort of pull the eaves down along that south side facing Portola Valley Road so that the perceived edge of the building is as low as possible. It's worth noting too, Portola Valley Road there on the left is actually higher than the floor level of the gym. We think all of that is working to the advantage of really making it feel like it's nestled into the site. I think that the challenge with designing an athletic center is it is a big building. And so we worked really hard to make it contextual, not only with the Priory campus, what kind of feels like it belongs there, but also with Portola Valley itself. I think the intent here is that you're driving by on Portola Valley Road in a few years and you just can't even remember if it was ever, it seems like it was always there. That's the goal here. Okay, so here's the view from Portola Valley Road. As many of you know, there's that point where you're starting to approach campus and the trees suddenly open up. You see the track, and this is that viewpoint of the building zoomed in a little bit. So you can see that the gym volume is there on the left with the undulating sawtooth roofs. We're trying to break down the scale and the mass as much as possible. And then the accessory building there to the right that's actually pulled apart so you get a view through and connection out both from campus and to campus. The material is a tricky thing. So these are the renderings that we showed at the ASCC. There was a comment that it felt a little beigey. We didn't have the physical materials at the ASCC meeting. I really wish we did. But this is that actual material. So it's kind of, there are two pieces. There's one, this is the base material, and feel free to look at this at any point. The base material is really kind of a warm, dark priory brown, and it's got some texture to it. This is the material on the top. So if you look at the elevation, it's really important for us to break down the scale of the building by providing a base. So that's this kind of darker, warm, brown, earthy material. And then a top, which wants to be a little bit lighter. this is a really cool material because not only is it's a fiber cement panel, but it's non-combustible, which is required, but it also has some 3D texture to it. And there aren't a lot of, in fact, there's only one manufacturer I'm aware of that has this kind of 3D texture. I think this is going to be, we're using it in a vertical format on all of the kind of light brown areas that you're seeing there on the rendering. And what's nice is because you get a little bit of shadow and play on the facade, I think it's a nice way of breaking down the scale of the building at a variety of scales. Close up, you get the texture of the panel itself. From kind of a medium distance, you're going to see the stripes. And then further away, you'll get the panels, which are generally 2 feet by 8 feet high. So you'll also see the gaps between the panels. So we're really trying to break down the scale at a variety of levels.
But you're saying that's the color of the upper half of your building, notwithstanding the peachy tan that's in your photograph there.
In the rendering, it's hard to
Rendering,
capture
whatever you call those things.
yeah, this is the actual thing.
Okay.
This is it. It's hard to capture in a rendering. But I do think it's warmer and earthier than it appears here. You can
Fair
also
enough.
see there on the bottom, that's the same, this is a gray version, but that's the same material with different shadow patterns. So you can see it'll have kind of life during the day, and then you see the scale. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, big question. Why is height? Why is
Now
the
you've
building the
lost
height it
this
is?
one.
Oh, can you hear me?
Never mind, it's
Okay.
back.
So our building height is 42 feet. The residential height max, as you all know very well, is 34, so we're about 8 feet over that. But we know that per the exemptions to height limits, buildings within this use can be erected to a height of 75 feet. We are well below that. But this is what makes up that height. The biggest impact is the clearance that you need over the basketball and volleyball courts. Volleyball is actually a little bit more constrained. Ideally, you have 30 feet over a volleyball court. Here, we're proposing the minimum according to their league standards, which is 26 feet. So we take 26 feet above the court level, and that's clear to structure. Then we have a truss, and we have a primarily wood structured building, but in this instance, we went with steel to minimize the height of the truss. It's just a stronger material. And so we've got a 11-foot-8 truss that spans across the courts, over 100 feet. And then we've got a roof assembly, which is negligible. It's a couple feet. So that's what makes that 42-foot height limit. Now, if the building had a flat roof, it would actually all have to be at that 42-foot level because you still need this truss to span all the way across. So what's nice about what we've done is the sawtooths, not only do they let in daylight and fresh air, but they allow us to pull down the roof edge and the building edge to that lower level, as well as breaking down the mass. Additionally, what's not reflected in the story poles and what this kind of shed roof allows us to do is extend the roof on the south side facing Portola Valley Road down and out. Again, we're kind of following the slope of the hillside with the roof here to about 28 feet in height. So that edge towards Portola Valley Road will be lower. You can see that the existing trees, which we're retaining, are taller than the building. And really from the school side, it's perceived more like a one-story building. Okay, noise. Let's talk through noise. So let me give some context to our study, what it was based on, and the findings. We did we're working with Salter, our acoustical engineer, who's a phenomenal engineer. And we work with a lot in the firm, is very well known in this area. He looked at the noise emitted from the inside of the gym with the door open and with the door closed. It's worth noting that the intent of the school is not to have the door open during a basketball game. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't want the ball to go outside. You don't want other balls to come in. You don't want the light from the inside, outside to come in. So functionally, this is not going to happen, but we did the study. What this showed is that when the door is closed, we have a very robust wall assembly, both good for sustainability and also for sound. That the decibel level perceived at the property line is 33 decibels. And when the door is open, the perceived sound is 47 decibels. So well within and not exceeding the average I had is 50 decibels per the noise ordinance for Portola Valley. I think what's worth giving some context on here is what the source of the noise was established as. So in doing the study, Salter had to find a noise source that had been documented scientifically in a journal. It had to be a verifiable source. And that noise source as used for this study was a series of basketball games at Utah State University. It's worth noting that Utah State has a seating capacity of 10,000. We are well below that. They've got a pep squad, they've got cheerleaders. It's a very different level of event than what we have here. But what's great is it's very conservative in terms of the noise source coming from the gym. So we're using that noise source for this study. And even with that, we are not exceeding the town's noise ordinance at the property line.
Say that again. You modeled the noise from a 10,000 person stadium?
We took the noise
Or
data.
Did you modify it on a proportionate level?
We didn't. We just took that noise level from inside our gym and projected it out with the door open and the door closed. So it is a basketball game, but I would argue it's very conservative in terms of the baseline. Okay. Additionally, we looked at the impact of noise coming from the field, bouncing off the building and potentially reflecting back towards Portola Valley Road. The breaking down of the mass of the building is not just great for the design, but it also helps to diffuse sound. We also have a textured facade. We have soft planting areas in front of the building. But in any case, what the study shows is that noise from the field reflected against the building and bouncing back only have a 1 decibel increase of noise at the property line. Yes, this is something that happens. Noise can bounce and reverberate off a number of surfaces, but the level of noise that we're talking about is minuscule. The impact is minuscule. And for example, when you're near Portola Valley Road, there's, this is less than birds chirping, than cars going by, than a lawnmower. This is a very small amount. And what I've learned is that most humans can't even perceive a sound difference that's less than 3 decibels. So we're talking about a very, very minor impact. Okay. So here we are from Portola. We've come in the new entry road. You can see the athletic center there on the left, the trees that we've retained, and the bridge that connects the athletic center to the existing campus. We're really opening up on the north side with windows, with the and with the bridge, and we're really kind of hunkering down, and it's more opaque on the south. So there's that bridge coming across. You're seeing the glass there. You're not seeing it on the south. We're really being mindful of light spill, and also it's more sustainable. Okay, lighting. So we actually proactively presented a reduced lighting plan to the ASCC that was the minimum allowed per code requirements. What you're seeing here in the orange arrows are the exit paths from the building. Per the California Building Code, section 1008, the level of illumination along an exit path has to be at least 1 foot candle. So it's these areas just shown in those exit paths that we have to provide that level of lighting until we get to a public way. And that kind of entry road through campus can be interpreted as a public way. So those orange arrows are where our lighting is. Jake, I feel like your diagram's better than this one actually, with your colored dots. But so those blue dots that you're seeing there along, again, that orange path are the proposed light fixtures that are needed to provide that amount of lighting in the exit path to get to that public way. So you see, we're not lighting the whole parking lot. We're just lighting what is required for the California Building Code for light safety and exiting.
Emily,
mhm.
can I ask the duration of your talk? I'm concerned that we've been going for a while and it's
Fair
getting
enough.
to be late for people who are here. We haven't asked our questions. We're interested, but
getcha.
we've got a little calculus going.
We'll wrap it up. I hear you. Okay.
So
Um,
why don't we go for another 5 minutes? And,
Oh, I'm thinking 1 minute. I think I'm almost done.
1 minute does the
Yeah.
trick.
Okay. Just to note, these fixtures will be on occupancy sensors, so they'll be off most of the time. And there is the building for Portola Valley Road, which is going to be soon.
Bless your heart. Thank you very much. There's a lot to cover. I do want to go through comments here or questions pretty expeditiously. I do want to get to public comment. It is a little past 9 o'clock. And folks have obligations, of course. So I'd ask you to be mindful of the time. Alternatively, we could take public comment now and then ask questions, being mindful of people's times. That makes sense. So we'll stick to a while. Commissioner Brothers, you're the most historic.
Talking about historic next to you.
Actually, you're next to me.
I'm reminded, this is probably politically incorrect, but when I was still practicing law about 25 years ago, we represented the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, and they had a constant need for cash. And we were always doing developments and always being sued. And we always thought, well, we should be able to win these things, given who our client is. You not only have you're also in the education field. So it's with the deepest humility that I even impose my duties here, but my duties to the town in this situation forced me to look carefully at all of this stuff. The most obvious question to me is the effort to claim a categorical exemption. Nowhere in here. So my question is, where did you substantiate the use of that 10 classrooms? Case law requires that if you're going to use an exemption, you need to substantiate it on the record, and I couldn't find it. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. There's a categorical.
If you can take us through.
The categorical exemption from CEQA for minor additions, it applies to school buildings, where the addition does not involve more than a 25% increase in students, which is not relevant here, or an increase of more than 10 classrooms. So case law requires that if you make an effort to call for the categorical exemption, that you at least substantiate your findings, and I didn't find that in the record. So I guess the question probably is to Jake, where was that? Was it in the record? Did I miss it?
And I'm happy to respond to Jake if you'd like me to.
Do you want to start? And
Sure. Yes, so Commissioner Brothers noted that this project is proposed to rely on one of the categorical exemptions to CEQA for minor additions within existing school grounds where the addition does not increase original student capacity by more than 25% or 10 classrooms, whichever is less. On the face of the project application, it does not increase student capacity or involve any classrooms.
project planner and I both did do additional research to determine whether the CEQA exemption could still be used for athletic facilities and gymnasiums, given that those are not technically classrooms. And there's very little case law on this exemption. Most of the case law actually refers to school closures and transfers. That said, there is abundant authority that school districts and cities throughout California do use this CEQA exemption for projects such as gymnasiums and athletic facilities, given that that they are not increasing student capacity and are wholly within school grounds.
So you're gonna tell me this is not part of the educational function of for CEQA purpose? This is not part of the educational function of the school? I mean, is that what you're saying? Not a classroom?
There is not a requirement in the exemption that the exemption be limited to classrooms.
The exemption uses the word classroom.
The exemption uses the word minor additions within existing school grounds, where the addition does not increase original student capacity by more than 25% or 10 classrooms, whichever is less.
Okay.
So my research was, well, does this exemption still apply, even though we're not actually talking about increasing capacity or adding classrooms? Is it still a minor addition within existing school grounds? Can minor additions be things other than classrooms? And what my research concluded is that yes, this does cover gymnasiums and other school-related facilities that are not just classrooms.
Did you find case law saying that it applied to, is any case law addressing?
Right, that is where the answer is no. The case law on this particular exemption is primarily about school closures and transfers.
Well,
If I can continue on that one.
go right ahead.
So-
I have another point on this, but go ahead. Go
So,
ahead. Go ahead.
so the question is, if we assume that it is a athletic classroom, how do we divide it up such that we can understand whether there is, do we know how many athletic areas or activities would constitute a athletic classroom in this context?
There is no authority in terms of how an athletic classroom, I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that's tried to do that. If there were a desire to say, okay, well, classroom is X, I mean, I think you could probably do some back of the envelope math if that would make the commission more comfortable in terms of what the square footage of a typical classroom is, and what a square footage of the athletic facility, multiply the average square footage of a classroom by 10. That would be one way to look at it. I would say that given that their CEQA is focused on, environmental impacts, most environmental impacts, in already developed areas have to do with increasing traffic, basically increasing population. So if you were to add students, that is going to increase impacts because you're going to have more cars, you're going to have more, air pollution, that kind of thing, more noise with those additional students. This project does not propose to, increase students.
It would increase.
Right,
impacts,
but that was
which
this-
the focus on
The two-pronged test, students and fun.
Yeah, you have to look, if either one of those are triggered, then you definitely could not use the exemption.
And the most recent case involving the athletic facilities at a school that they didn't use a class 14, but rather used either as an accessory or a minor additional use, and that would be the St. Ignatius case.
Yes, so there have been some, these are typically, there has been litigation around stadium light cases. Stadium lights are a big, an impact to neighbors. And there was a case last year that involved St. Ignatius in San Francisco. They were proposing a stadium lights project. I can't remember the details, but they did not rely on this class 14 exemption. They relied on, I believe, class 1 and class 3. Class 1 being, I lost my page here. Thank you. The exemption for existing facilities.
Common sense.
And then class 3 is for new construction or conversion of small structures. Yeah. At this point, the staff recommendation is the class 14, the minor additions within existing school grounds. If the commission thought that there were additional CEQA exemptions that were appropriate here, the commission could find that there were additional exemptions that applied to this project.
I guess a number of things strike me. I wasn't able to pull up all the numbers, but you know, this is what 32,000 square feet. It's hard to, in any scenario, consider that a minor addition. I tried to calculate based on your whole square footage and I couldn't do a good job of that. So, but if you wanted to use that standard, on the other hand, if you wanted to consider this, I consider athletics just as important as a classroom. I probably spent more time in the gym than I did in the, you know, at the abacus in math. But, you know, I did some research. They were historic members, you know. I did some research. I mean, typical classrooms are like maybe 1,000 square feet. So this would be like 32 classrooms, 34 classrooms based on the 10 classrooms in the exemption. I just find it really difficult to try to rely on that. I wasn't able to find everything else I want. I know in the past they've done negative declarations because one of my other comments refers to this joint use agreement. So I guess I don't know why at one time we did one thing and now we've done another. Now, like I said, I wasn't able to go back and figure out what the actual project was in that case, but since this will be the largest sort of single building at the place, it's hard to imagine that it would have been any less significant. So I guess that raises, in my mind, also a question of consistency in our application. But admittedly, I was not able to find that document when I was doing my preparation.
And I suggest that we're getting into discussion.
Fair enough. I was asking whether they had the data, so you're right. Thank you. I think I'll skip some of my.
I want to ask you a question on that. There are exceptions to the categorical exemption. Did we consider the exemption? Did we consider the exceptions to the exemption? In the staff report, I didn't see that we did.
So staff considered the exceptions to the exemption. There isn't a requirement to include that in the staff report, but I will say that one that I think is really important to look at is the exception for unusual circumstances. That's an exception to the exemption where there are unusual circumstances that create a significant impact. And so the first step is, are there unusual circumstances? And there, it is not unusual to, I mean, I guess my recommendation would be that there are no unusual circumstances here because it is typical to have athletic facilities on schools. And if there's no unusual circumstance, then you don't actually get to the part about whether there's significant impacts or not. But I think even if you got to that part, that's where the additional studies in regards to noise and lighting and traffic support that there are no significant impacts to this project.
This is a note, St. Ignatius found an unusual condition based upon not the factors of light, but because of the amount of traffic and noise and height.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. So I'm
I
done.
prejudge the
I'm
analysis
not
of the
good.
impacts, which our lawyer keeps coming back to. I think your statement was inconsistent with what's in the document, but in the document, it said that, and I thought it was in your staff report, and my note says it's on page 26, was that the joint use agreement will no longer be applicable. And I think the argument was that the field to which it applied has been destroyed. So of course, then the agreement, but that was mitigation in a prior CEQA document, which is the other reason I was looking for that document, because I think probably the concept that was as important as the facility to which it was applied And so I think in your presentation, you said that they'd still be willing to use the joint use agreement. I just want to clarify where we are right now on that issue. Want you to clarify, I guess.
Sure. Thank you. Condition 13 of the conditional use permit regulates, or I guess continues, the use of the joint use agreement. And it also spells out how the planning commission can make changes to the joint use agreement. And so Kalman Field, the softball field where the athletic center is proposed, is going to be replaced, and therefore would not be able to implement the joint use agreement to allow for public access to Kalman Field because it's no longer there. So in the staff report, and I apologize if I've said this inconsistently in my presentation, in the staff report, we make a recommendation to allow for the gym to replace the field. It would not nullify the joint use agreement. There are other community facilities that are still identified in the joint use agreement that the public would be allowed use to as a part of that agreement. And the proposed condition from the applicant team is more so, would be a condition to the conditional use permit to allow for joint use of the athletic center that's being proposed, without making a modification to that joint use agreement itself.
Without, did you say without?
Right, because it would be incorporated into the conditional use permit.
Yeah, I thought that was where you ended up, but I wasn't sure. I'm not going to go through all of my comments in the interest of time, but I guess the other thing that I found very troubling, and it does relate to my concerns about CEQA, is the road. As I see it, it's kind of put there. I understand your focus is on traffic and traffic flow, but it cuts off a corner of your property, including that building. I don't know what you're going to do with that little white building. And it cuts across a gorgeous meadow. And I didn't see anything, or I didn't see anything. Maybe I missed it. And I guess that's the question about, how you're going to mitigate the impacts of that road in terms of light and traffic. I will say, I live at the ranch, so when I go down Portola Road to come over here or something, that is actually one of the most beautiful little hillsides in the whole town. And so I also just think aesthetically, I don't know how much, I know your primary concern was traffic flow. I guess I wonder how much you thought about the longer term uses of your property, because to me, it looks like it just cuts up a beautiful meadow, and I don't feel like it was particularly well mitigated. It's going to be visible from Portola Road.
So your question is,
So
how is it mitigated?
So what's the concept behind all of that?
Are you looking for a reasoning for why the road is proposed by the applicant team, or are you?
Why it's in that location? Did I miss something in terms of the visual impacts or the lighting impacts are going to come from traffic? I just didn't see any of that addressed. I saw
So the
road
location
only
and siting of the
addressed as it
road.
had to do with traffic. is what I'm
Sure.
trying to say. Sorry.
I just, thank you, Commissioner. Just two things. First, Kalman Field, that's our baseball field. That field is not being touched. The softball field does not have a name. It's simply called the softball field. So just to be clear, right, we're not getting rid of the baseball fields. I don't need the baseball team upset with me after this hearing, thinking that we're getting rid of baseball. So it's the softball field, just as long as we're clear, it's just called the softball field. Kalman Field, the baseball field, that is staying right where it is in a different part of campus. The road, Commissioner Brothers, certainly traffic is part of it, but safety is a bigger part of it for us. Right now, with the mitigation that we've done to divert traffic that way, we take all cars, through the heart of our campus. And in that kind of prime time before school, kind of 8:30 to 9, when the most of our drop off is happening, that's when we have the most crossover between our middle school and our stream building, our dorms and our dining hall, our middle school and our upper school. So there's a large go-between of students. And so that creates a conflict zone that we want to try and avoid. Not to mention routing traffic, through our own residences, right, which are also town, members too, having traffic go, in their backyards. We wouldn't try and avoid that. We recognize that it does go through a beautiful meadow, and we certainly have worked to maintain the topography of the meadow. So we've really tried to use the kind of the undulation and the kind of the grading of that area to make sure that it's got as minimal impact as possible.
Right down to the base of the meadow.
Right.
We've literally been out on that field staking it out in different configurations to really look at the best kind of go through down.
Yes.
And there's no lighting on that road.
No light. Yeah.
Move on to me.
Massing, you've addressed it with the color. And when I first saw this a year or so ago, you've changed the angle, which I appreciate all of that. Did you look at putting the bottom of it below ground surface so that the above ground height would be lower? And what was the result of that thought process?
Yes.
Again, I didn't see it in here, so.
Yeah, very early on in design, we looked at a number of configurations with the building and how it sits in the site. I think our intent here was to really minimize the impact to the site. So pulling it out from the hillside, and I would say also not submerging it in the ground. I think there are a few points here. One, we're at the bottom of a watershed. We're not in a flood zone, but as soon as you put anything underground, it's a problem. Two, we're trying to minimize our footprint for impervious surfaces and also other reasons. So as soon as you submerge a building into the ground, now you need ramps and stairs and access to each of the different exterior access points, and your footprint grows and grows. A key component of the design here is the connection between the building, indoor to outdoor. And so, having that direct connection out to the field and the track from the courts was really important. Additionally, as soon as you go into the ground, it's a huge cost increase. We actually work with Crystal Springs, which has been used as a reference for doing this. I think there are some real differences there. I think this building is kind of in the center of campus in many ways. In that location, they were right up against the neighbors. And we know that going down on that project had significant cost impacts. So for all of those reasons, we chose to keep the building at grade.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting that the locker side of it has a huge stairway, which is part of what got me thinking about whether or not you'd even thought to do this. So I hear what you're saying, but on the other hand, if it were lower, you wouldn't have such a huge stairway there in the front. But
Oh, the terracing steps that go
yes,
down.
Yes. So, and you have an elevated area between the two buildings. It seemed like it was reasonable to believe. So,
Yeah,
okay,
there's-
so you didn't look at it. The answer is I didn't miss it. You just didn't look at it, or you didn't look at it in the
Did.
materials that we saw, but okay.
We studied it early
Okay.
on. There's an additional challenge, which is, we're trying to connect to the upper campus, which basically it's a 14-foot delta between our floor level and that upper terrace, because we want to connect through accessibly. And so as soon as you go down, it exasperates, makes that even taller.
Yeah, I see what you're
It's
saying.
really tricky.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had one just picky question. You're required to do annual reports. Do we have the annual reports? I've never seen them. Did we get them?
They were included as an attachment to the staff report. Yes.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you. Ron?
Yes.
Sorry, just recognizing the time.
I'll start with staff questions, and the answers can be brief for the time. So I just want to double check, clarify, the lighting plan that was presented today is more up to date than what's in the agenda packet. Is that right? What's in the agenda packet is not what was revised after ASCC?
The one in the, as attachment 5 is the same as you saw on your screen today.
That's true.
So that's the plan set. The lighting plans were revised in that plan set.
So in that one, there are, in the agenda packet, there are some lights on the road to the east of the buildings. On page 137, is that in attachment 5?
Just a moment.
Can you ask your question about?
I think I asked
that
it.
The question goes to, is what we have in our packet the same as what is actually planned?
Yeah, so in the packet on page 137, there's a lighting plan. It shows lights on the road. And I wanted to understand if what was presented, I understood that there are no longer lights on the road, so trying to reconcile that.
You are correct. The lighting plan that you're seeing as attachment 5 is an outdated lighting plan, and I stand corrected.
Is what? Is it
An outdated lighting
Okay,
plan.
okay.
But just so that the applicant is aware, in the staff report, it still shows lighting along the east of the bridge that connects the athletic center to that road. So if you could just confirm verbally that that is that you're proposing to remove those lights from the plans, and the more revised plans are actually showing that they've been removed. Just so that I'm not speaking out of incorrect. I'm not speaking incorrectly.
Yes, so even at the ASCC, we removed all of the lighting back to what is the code required minimum, which is what I presented today, and which is what is in the drawings. I've got them here
Got it.
if you want a visual reference.
That's
but
great, thanks.
No lights on the road.
Okay. And then could you clarify what regulations are governing the height, and why don't we see anything about exceptions to the height within the agenda packet?
Yes, so the height. So Portola Valley Municipal Code 18.54.030 allow for places of assembly such as schools to be allowed to exceed the height limit up to 75 feet. And it indicates that for every 2 feet of vertical height that is above what's allowed, a foot of setback shall be applied to the property. And I believe that's for the back and rear setbacks. So it does not require an approval by the planning commission specifically, but everything under the conditional use permit does. So you'll need to still meet the findings of the conditional use permit to grant approval of the project. And so it being spelled out in the staff report is an oversight. However, I can confirm that the required setback is normal. I'm sorry, the sorry, my notes are failing me here, but I can confirm that the increased height to 42 feet puts it 6 feet over, I'm sorry, puts it 6 feet over the 34 maximum height requirement for the residential zoning, because there's no specific height requirement in the conditional use permit. And it puts it 14 feet over the vertical height maximum height requirement, which would result so it does exceed it. And doing the math calculation for the setback requirements, it's well within it, as it's proposed at 315 feet back from the property line, and the required setback associated with such a height increase would be 57 feet for the vertical height requirement and 54 feet for the maximum height requirement. Yeah, that is the explanation for why the height would be allowed to exceed the base zoning district for a residential zoning district, and there is no specific height requirement located within the CUP otherwise.
Okay, thank you. So from our agenda packet, we had a review from the Trails Committee and the Conservation Committee. So why was it reviewed by those committees, and why was it not reviewed by BPTS?
So the Trails.
So why wasn't it reviewed by which?
The BPTS committee, the
BPTS,
Bicycle
please.
Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee.
Thank you.
So the Conservation Committee and the Trails Committee review ASCC projects that have components that are related to their areas of expertise, particularly landscape plans or tree removal. The Conservation Committee is a regular body that we ask for comment and review of. And for trails committees, whenever there's a town trail that is adjacent to or runs through a property that is going through the ASCC, we would require their review for any comments or concerns related to the project. The BPTS doesn't have that same regular reviewing authority over ASCC projects, and it's not a routine committee that we would send plans to unless it's something that's spelled out in the code. For example, double access driveways are something that the BPTS committee has the authority over approving for reasons of safety. However, there is no other, I guess, trigger for their review unless otherwise advised. And for the conditional use permit, which is more to the changes to the circulation plan, it's the Planning Commission who is the determining body for approval, and there is no reference to the BPTS review of such plans.
Okay. From the Trails Committee review, there was a recommendation of screening trees along the road. And that went into the condition number 69, which is on page 67 of the packet. But it's, as far as I understood, it's not planned to have screening trees along the road. Is that right? And if that's the case, should that be removed from condition 69? If the commission does not want to require screening trees?
Yes, you can remove the condition if you find it inconsistent with the project. And looking at the condition, so which condition number was it?
Number 69.
69.
On page 67, referencing screening trees along the road.
Yeah, you can certainly modify this language. It is a little bit misleading as it says to screen it along Portola Road, but also to work with the ASCC and Conservation Committee to propose adequate planting. So the ASCC and Conservation Committee have waited on the plans and are generally acceptive of the plans that you see before you, but it does not include trees along Portola Road. So yes, that is something you can modify.
Okay. Okay, and then I have, I guess, two questions for the applicant. So in the public comments, there have been some concern about noise and prior complaints. And so I wanted to ask, to the extent that you know, are these complaints, have they been related to school functions or isolated students, like broadcasting music too loud or something like that? And then, like, to what extent and how have the complaints been addressed? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go through in detail all of the complaints that were listed on the one public comment. In looking at them, there are things that are related to school business. Spirit Week, we used to honk horns, much like Ormondale and Corte Madera do. It was clear that one of our neighbors did not like that, and so we do no longer do it. Ormondale and Corte Madera still do. Great, that's fine. But we get that that caused an issue, so we stopped doing that. There was some noise associated with homecoming football game, a kind of a school function. There was some noise associated with some emergency plumbing that needed to be done around Christmas time. We had a blocked sewer line, so we had to mitigate that. So in general, it's, again, I would have to look at it more closely, but kind of the quick glance, it's a lot of school related issues, looking at the times. It's a lot of during school time events, and we know we need to be more attentive and aware of those things. I appreciate our neighbors. They do contact me when there is an issue. and we work to figure it out. We know we don't want to be contacted by the neighbors, and we know they don't need to contact us too. So we continue to try and work to be better at that and kind of limit the challenges. So
Okay, thanks. And then the Priory has proposed a number of revisions to the conditional use permit, and in many cases, staff has suggested revisions to those. And I just wanted to understand from your vantage point if you see issues with the current staff recommendation.
no, I think we're fine with the revisions that staff has proposed.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Unfortunately, I have a bunch of questions, but I'll be as fast as possible. And this is new to me and this is a lot of material. So, page 36 and 56 on the resolutions refer to the year 2024, and I believe it should be 2025. And I think that's actually what we're supposed to be approving at some point. It says January 2024. The question, comment. I don't know if I will state this for today. I don't really need an answer, but I don't really understand where in the general plan or zoning ordinances refers to community services and what that actually means. To me, that's another kind of vague term that I couldn't find in the short time I had to review the packet. I wasn't quite comfortable with that. Okay, some more nitty gritty. Page 70 refers to noise complaints to the sheriff's office. And I find that that's kind of an outrageous way for a community member to contact and complain about a noise. We have PV Connect, which is a really kind of more passive way that we could communicate, and that works well for leaf blowers and fallen trees in town. And that way the town would receive it and we could send it to you and you would get it on time. And I would like that in the package instead of expecting somebody to actually call the sheriff and having an officer show up, just reporting the date and time and it
And
seems
if
that-
I can ask you to, I feel a little bit like we're playing Jeopardy. Can you please phrase that in the form of a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we use, would staff, sorry, I'm trying to be very quick and
You're doing great.
would staff be comfortable in changing, reporting noise complaints for the sheriff's office using the TV Connect app?
Thank you. The reason that the sheriff was the go-to for reporting that is because when calling the sheriff, they would bring out their own noise monitoring equipment and they'd come and they would monitor it and they would only record it if it were an actual violation of the noise ordinance. There may be, I certainly would think that it would be okay for people to report noise through other methods, but as far as needing to modify their use of their either whether it be their events ending after 8 p.m. as the condition states, we would want to be able to verify it. Otherwise, it could be something that maybe one person thinks is exceeding the noise level, but it's actually in compliance. So we're trying to identify the ones that do make the violation in order to result in the need to update their programming related to night events. And that was the intent or purpose behind it.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that for now. And I was in the wildfire committee for 3 years, so I always have wildfire questions. Staff, this is a staff question. I'm a little uncomfortable that our arborist, professional arborist, is not really aware of flammable trees and doesn't really flag the eucalyptus and pine and in reports is like, well, these are flammable and you can't even actually plant them here if you wanted to in PD. And would that be possible to add that later on? I guess that's the question. I'm sorry. And then I had a question for the applicant. I'm mixing it around here. I'm sorry, I'm not a night person, so I'm a little tired. I guess, how do I make the question? Would you be amenable to, I understand wanting to preserve the trees, but when I was looking again today and I spoke to you, Patrick, the other day, yesterday, when I was there again today, I was uncomfortable with some of the trees. Would you be because I don't think that are you aware that when you have a pine tree and it's on an evacuation route and it's right against the road, it's a tiki torch. People don't want to use this analogy, but I like to use the analogy of a tiki torch. It's so flammable, it's oil, and if there's enough duff under there, it will just explode and branches will fall, and that would be an evacuation problem. So I'm not even talking about saving structures, but saving lives. So, would you be amenable to considering removing a few of the pine trees along your main road?
I think as we spoke, we'd be happy to work with Woodside Fire and really determine, the best mitigation measures so that we can keep our community safe, not just our students, but our Portola Valley community.
Okay, thank you. I was just, okay, question for staff. We have 2 reports from roaming engineers. I read them in detail because I was interested in it. And they sort of contradict each other and I'm not clear. And even in the final report, it's not even clear they recommended what kind of foundation. And I found that odd. Is that typical that we could approve something that there isn't actually even a final foundation on it?
So the reports from ROMIG that were entered into the record as attachment to the staff report were the initial report that was provided.
Yeah.
And then one was a response to comments that were relayed by the town geologist. And a third one was in response to comments that were from the fire department. And all 3 of those have been reviewed by the town geologist and fire department and have been found adequate. So they recommended approval based off of like their professional opinions as as the town geologists. So we are confident that they've been reviewed and the initial report did have comments, and you did read the initial report
Yeah.
as well as the follow-up report on that.
Yes. And the foundation changed.
Yes.
That when the thing moved.
Right.
So there is a,
So then, so they revised it within that second letter, to the foundation,
Okay.
and then the geologist found that suitable and recommended approval. And then they would follow up with the town geologist conditions of approval that were included in attachment 2.
and I sort of assume from my experience that pier and beam is required everywhere in town. Is that not true? That's not true. It was such a large structure. I was just,
Not necessarily. It's each reviewing body, just like the trails and conservation committees, have triggers that would need for their review.
okay.
So not every single project is, but if it's a triggered, any site development permit, for example, will have a town geologist and a town
Okay.
engineer review it.
Okay. I don't want to get into that detail for this.
Sure.
I'm interested, but,
Can I ask that that we wrap it up and we can take this back into discussion?
yeah. I just want to touch on, I'm going as fast as I possibly can. Where did the recommendation put a cyclist warning sign come from?
That came from the project's engineer. The Hexagon consultants provided a traffic report for the anticipated circulation patterns, and they made a series of recommendations.
This is, I have a few questions for the applicant. These are a little more straightforward. Would you be amenable to actually having more EV
If I can, so
installed?
questions, if you would
Okay.
make trade-offs, that's a discussion.
Okay, okay.
at the chair.
But then can I ask the applicant at that point?
Pardon me?
And how do I have the interaction with the applicant?
If you can do that during discussion. We can be
Okay,
more
okay, okay. Okay, I have, okay.
I think he's trying to say that these are informational question period and then a negotiation question period, and I always have a hard time. with that part.
Yeah,
It comes later.
yeah.
Comes later.
Oh, the negotiation comes later. Okay. And I already have some. of these-
Well, also
Oh.
to be clear, we aren't negotiating with the applicant.
Fair enough, but discussion.
Normally, we ask questions to the applicant now, right? So that we
Yeah.
can have our discussion.
But asking, would you be willing to, it's not a.
Well, some of these I've already asked the applicant, so I know the.
We're
I'm just-
also,
I'm-
I'd like to point that we're now at 10 o'clock and we're losing people.
I understand that, but this hasn't been a very difficult process to read 365 pages
To-
in
to be
detail
sure.
and actually to be able to kind of get my head around it. So I don't, I'm happy to continue this to another day because I don't know I don't know how to proceed then.
I think primarily this would be a time to say, I didn't understand this aspect of it.
Okay, very, very
It's
simple.
known
Okay.
law Like this.
Okay, okay. If that's, I have additional questions for later on. There's one more that, okay, I'll just try this one and you can tell me. It's kind of minor, it's a test. Does the Priory have any policy regarding to like boombox noise or their modern day equivalent for the students in respecting the ambient noise for the neighbors? Because that to me, when I won't get into comment on that. I'm just curious.
We don't have that. We don't do that. We
Okay.
don't, or we're not, no, we don't have it's not,
Not allowed.
we don't do it. Yeah, we don't do it and we don't encourage it. And
Okay.
if it
so-
happens, we
Okay,
tell them
okay.
to not
I'll
do it.
leave I have comments, more questions later on, but.
I just have a few questions, probably mostly to the applicant. It was shown that there's, a lot of them are vegetation related questions. There were 37 trees being removed. I think there's a lot being added. I wanted to get a feel of what is the removal versus the new trees. So how many new trees? What's the net increase or decrease?
Have this number now. Net 29 trees are removed and 83 are added.
Okay. So we got more trees than we lost.
Got a lot more trees than you lost, and I would argue we're also placing them strategically in front of the building, in front of parking, so they become screening elements as well.
So related to that, can you talk about what it would look like from Portola Road, looking across the old field where the new parking is, where the current parking is very hidden, so we don't even notice those cars when we drive along because there's a number of redwoods, but where you're proposing the new parking, they're very exposed if you were to look across that field. And I know you have some vegetation there, but I don't know what that is.
So, I always go to a visual. So, as we talked about on site, there's planting in front of the athletic center all to the side of the south. You're talking about this existing parking lot. And in fact, we're retaining the existing redwoods and we're adding a line. There's here, here, and here. And there's a grove of redwoods here that actually screen that parking from that gap in Portola Valley Road where it opens up. So this is that point. So from here, this grove of redwoods was strategically placed in order to screen the parking as well as keeping the existing redwoods and adding a line there.
So where you just moved the cursor, there's another row of redwoods that is not on this?
It's not on this drawing,
Okay.
but it's here.
So it's at the edge of the shortened soccer field. is it?
Exactly, here. And then this is a substantial growth here that helps block the view from this side, which is really when that opens up.
So when that parking lot is full of 30 cars, will they see those cars from the road?
I don't think it's going to obscure it completely, but it is going to obscure it much like it does now.
Okay.
You know, so here's kind of that angle. This is the rendering version, but.
Are you
I-
planting any trees out there, the angle from which you're taking this picture?
That was my next question.
Sorry.
Yeah, this
no,
is
that's
that
good.
existing gap that's not part of the proposed project.
ASCC was split on that.
Yeah.
Actually, so we're not opposed to planting trees there. And, some people said they love coming around and seeing the view, and others are asking about trees. So we'll take the direction of the commission.
Is this the point where we would say what our view is on that or not? Okay. Another question I had was just about the use of the facilities. I understand that there's no additional, you're using this for sports teams that are outside, for example, practicing like JV basketball. So now they can be inside. But I guess it's the number of cars coming to campus. You could now have a volleyball game going on at the same time. You have a big basketball game going on at the same time. You have, a theater performance. So is that part of the plan? I'm just wondering about usage and traffic coming into the school. Is it going to increase because now you can have multiple events happening at the same time?
No, because those events currently, they're different seasons, so they don't occur at the same time now. And this does not change our programming. So there's no new events that will be happening based on the new facility.
One more question is that your rendering showed the road between the new gym and the existing campus of the drop-off area as two-way. You had two cars. My understanding that is one-way road that will go through there.
I mean, the new access road,
Yes.
right?
It's one way.
It's one
Okay.
way.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because that's what it was my understanding from earlier, but in your rendering, it had cars going both ways.
Okay.
One way.
It may have been done that way just to show that it was two car width, right? Which is required by the fire department, maybe, but it's one way.
It's one way.
Last question. How long do you project the building schedule to be where it's very noisy? I live directly across from Corte Madera School, only about 200 feet from where the new building is. And it was a very long, very noisy process. So I just wanted to understand from the community standpoint, what would be involved in this.
I think from our general contractor, we think the exterior kind of work will be about 12 months. And then obviously there'll be interior work, after that. So I think about a year of the project they tell us will be done in about 15 months, could be 18, could be 14, but we think about 12 months of exterior work.
And there are a lot of piles that need to be driven for this, or is this?
No, it's not that type of foundation, it's just a mat slab.
Okay,
No piles.
that's all I got.
It's really a mat slab. Because it's, it's like it's like a 2 foot, 4 foot mat slab. Okay, I've got two questions. First question is if there's an existing code violation or violation of the GP, should that be addressed at this point? General plan.
That would likely be outside of the scope of what the commission's considering tonight. We could talk more about if there was something specific that needed to be brought to the commission's attention.
And with respect to the Portola Valley dark sky lighting plan that took about a year to put together, which we've been applying for the last 6-ish years, is that preempted by the California Building Code?
I'm going to see if Jake wants to look. I haven't looked at this question.
So
I would need to research this.
the question is, we're not following our lighting design guidelines to the extent they conflict with the building code. That's a change from the way in which we've been behaving for the last many years. Are we being tutored here by the Priory? And if you want to come back to that question, we can do that.
My initial thoughts are that
We should.
For the sake of time,
Get a
yeah,
solid
come back to that.
answer. I don't have any other questions at this time. I'd like to open The,
Very straightforward.
uh, your question is between us and the public. So, you know, I'd like to open the hearing at this point. Thank you very much to both the Priory and Jake as well. If you'd like to be heard, come on up. It's 10 o'clock. Mr. Mertz.
I haven't done this in a long time, so I'll read my notes. They're fairly brief. My name is Richard
Excuse
T.
me, Mr.
Merck.
Merks, could you state your first and last name? Oh, my apologies.
My name is Richard T. Merck. That's my picture up on the wall there behind Mr. Targ. I have lived in Portola Valley at 171 Brookside Drive since 1960. From 1980 to 1993, I served on the Planning Commission, the last 5 years of which I was chair. In 1993, I was elected to the town council. I was reelected 3 times and left the council in 2009. I became aware of this project when I first saw story poles from Portola Road. My first official notice was received late last week. That's on Friday. For Portola Valley, this is a very large and impactful project. While I have many comments on those parts of the project materials packet that I have had access to so far, for brevity, I will address primarily the conditional use permit findings required of the Planning Commission to make a determination to accept, modify, or reject this project. I'll start with 2 references to ASCC design guidelines. The first, blending with the natural terrain. The planner's report glosses over this guideline by saying the building is sited on a previously developed area, thereby inferring that the blending of a baseball field, or in this case, a softball field, is equal to that of a 35,000 square foot 2-story building. I find this quite preposterous. 2, further, under compatibility, it suggests that this proposal will fit in with the existing structures on the site. I also find this preposterous. Now, regarding the Planning Commission required findings, item 2, finding number 2, addresses rural outlook. Yet the staff report does not address this impact other than to mention the floor area increases to accommodate the 2 new buildings is justified in consideration of the importance of the Priory School and its public service to the community. Nowhere is this sentence backed up with any facts. 2, finding number 4, addresses adverse effects. The following boilerplate repetition of previous information totally fails to address the bulk and visual impact of this project. Consider the rendition of the project as shown from Portola Road. It was up on the screen a couple of minutes ago. It was on the front of one of the big booklets I was looking at Town Hall. Look at the story poles and then look at the renditions from Portola Road. Note that the rendition is labeled not to scale. It appears to show little or no impact. The story poles tell a very different story. Item 6 addresses harmony with the general plan. Again, boilerplate verbiage which totally fails to address the required finding. Visual impact in the Portola Valley Road scenic corridor is not addressed. Neither is the cumulative impact of the continually increasing demands of the school on the site. Example, the huge track that was built a few years ago was put in, and there has been nothing done to obscure its view from Portola Road corridor. Item 7, serving the town residents. This issue has been overlooked and avoided for many, many years. The Priory School has failed to address this issue going back decades and fails to address it now.
1 or 2 years' data does not show a trend. For years, the school's student population exceeded the CUP limit. This was corrected in 2005, as I recall, with many excuses and we're sorries. Finally, final thoughts. Circulation, given site distances and adjacent secondary roadways, consideration should be given to reversing the proposed one-way plan. Priory School Drive opens to a congestion of 2 opposing streets, an adjacent crosswalk, and a very nearby 3rd street. Gambetta Lane has no such hazards. Vehicles exiting from Priory School Drive likely present less overall hazards to the drivers, bicycles, and pedestrians than those using Vehicles exiting from Priory School Drive likely present less overall hazards to other drivers, bicycles, and pedestrians than those entering there. Gambetta Lane appears to pose less general hazard for vehicles entering the school grounds than does the current proposal. The ASCC, this is a different concern. The ASCC has concerns regarding the process. Please do not overlook the fact that the ASCC concerns regarding their ability to take proper action was impaired because the CUP has not yet been fully updated. In conclusion, it is my opinion that this project needs serious reconsideration and further scrutiny before any final action of the Planning Commission is taken. Look more closely at CEQA and the definition of classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Matt Julesgard. I'm at 1165 Los Trancos. Got 2 kids at Corte Madera. Yeah, I just come here to express my support for what the Priory wants to do. I think we're all glad to call this place home and grateful for a Catholic prep school in our community, right? And a good institution, right? And along those lines, I'm a teacher at Sacred Heart Prep in Atherton. And, you know, we have great facilities and it makes a huge difference, right? Just in the education that we provide our young people, right? Yeah, I just think a project like this, you know, you guys are dealing with the nitty gritty, right? Devil's in the details. And I told my son, it's like democracy in the trenches right here. So I appreciate it, right? But I just want to not lose sight of the big picture here of, you know, doing something positive, right? For the young people of our community here. And then, yeah, last thing, done a lot of coaching in Portola Valley, you know, using all of our fields, right? So Little League, and just think this is, again, just, you called it a, what were we calling it? A something classroom, sports classroom, what are we calling it? Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, right? That, you know, a facility where kids are outside of the academic classroom, right? But learning just as much, right? Is just as important. So anyways, yeah, again, just coming to express my support and glad to have, you know, glad to be a part of the community and glad to have like Priory as an institution. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the other side of the room here? Now, Linda, we find ourselves in the historic classroom. You know,
Thanks for taking my comment and I'll be brief. My name is Mike Armsby. You may know my wife, Amy, who's the current board president of the Portola Valley School District. We're also neighbors on the backside of Woodside Priory. For the last 15 years, I lived at 90 Iroquois Trail. That's where Georgia Lane and Iroquois Trail meet. So about a property away from that back baseball field. One thought I had in thinking about this project and listening tonight is how much that project and our experience with it, the baseball field was a smaller, very different project, but a good example of a new development for an existing program for the existing students that modernized an athletic facility that had many noise concerns and noise issues that I think have been managed very well. And now serves as a good example that reflects really well on our community. So I think that is an example I've experienced as a neighbor. And I think a lot of those same things would be true for this coming program, where I think I've talked to Patrick, gotten a good sense for this project. I saw a lot of that again tonight. And I think they've been very thoughtful in their design and in their responses for issues of noise, light, aesthetics, the visual qualities of the project. The net gain in trees, I think, is significant, and I think they're being placed thoughtfully. But I'll focus on two issues I think are very understated tonight that I think are very important. Patrick hit on one of them, which is the new circulation. I think is very beneficial, not just for traffic flow, but for safety. And that's not a small thing. There is a lot of cross traffic in the middle of their campus that will be mitigated, now being made a pedestrian walkway. And that's true for both students, faculty, and guests, and community guests to that facility. Having that being in a much more safe state is very important. I think it should be high and paramount on our lists of cares. The second thing I'd say, which is I think been a little bit understated, is that this will be a great example and benefit to our community. And I think having this be multi-use and being a great facility for community events, a much more modern, a much more advanced facility for indoor events, athletic events that the community can benefit from, I think that should not go overlooked. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask, is there anybody online who we should look at as we've been looking provincially here?
Christy C., you're able to talk.
Thank you. And I wanted to say that we support athletic centers as it's good life balance for teens and adults. And that's a lot of the reason why a lot of us move here, is to enjoy nature and to continue to enjoy nature. I wanted to point out that we really read the Almanac, and for me, not as much as the Daily Post that the article went in. So I would request any future posts to be in the Almanac, and not skip the Almanac ever. I find the color of the outside of the gym as a lighter color than what I was expecting, as the existing buildings are more brown, so it looks real white. It looks gray when you look at it alone, but when you put it up against the existing buildings, it's quite a color difference. So I was hoping for something in between the colors. I wanted to clarify, at the bottom of Gambetta goes straight up a hill. And so are you saying when you turn left, that's just one way? Or is straight up the hill still two ways and the very bottom of the hill remains two directions? So if you could clarify that. I am extremely concerned about the pedestrian walkway. As you come down Gambetta, you have two cement pillars with rock and then a tree to the left. So what I found today driving out at 5 or 6 is that I couldn't see beyond the rock or the tree if somebody was coming from the left, walking across to the right. So if that ever becomes two-way right there, and you're coming down Gambetta, I think a crosswalk across that 26-foot driveway is extremely important for the pedestrian, walkers, horses, for safety. And I know that Hawthorne's chose not to use their meadow, but that is their mission statement. and they chose another driveway entrance to not use the meadow we parked in for the tours, which I thought then it would hide the cars and it would be wonderful back there, but there's a give and take, so I'm not sure, I'm 50-50 on meadows and parking and for that project, but it is interesting how they chose not to use their meadow. And I am disappointed that BPTS did not have some comments, because to me, bike, pedestrian, traffic safety should be giving comment for this project, because the ingress and egress is changing. So to me, that's traffic, and the pedestrian course and bike area, that is safety. So safety is number one. And then, let's see, there were 8 meetings at the Priory. Prior to this, I was able to join today on the 8th meeting because I saw it in the TV forum that another public person invited us. But I would have appreciated being invited to all these and not trying to play catch up the day of what I thought was the final meeting. So the invitation of public participation, just always reach out, because we like to stay involved, and you might have a better project because of our involvement, because some of us have been here over 25 years. And it was brought to my attention that the scoreboard is bright blue, but we know that's your colors, and that's probably why you did it. But if you place some screening so it doesn't scream at us, scream at the people it bothers driving by, really, let's really look at the placement of all the trees, so everything is hidden when it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
Bob Adams. I think I'll rue the day that I use the word historic.
You and me both.
And for anybody that may have been offended, please accept my apology. Experience is probably a better word. Richard Burke and I have known each other for a long time, and we haven't always been on the same page. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Some of which he was trying to say today or did say today, I have some support for. One of them was when I was driving down Portola Road, there's a bend right at the Gambetta Drive, and I saw the story poles, and I thought, what a massive project this is going to be. Now I heard tonight that the project could be 56 feet instead of 44, or 75 feet instead of 44. But it just seems massive when I think about rural Portola Valley. My first reaction is it's not even close to rural. I don't know that I understand the height of the building. It's got some issues with how high you hit a ball and those kind of things, and I'm not trying to discount that. It just seems that in a rural town, it was so massive that it just kind of jolted me. And at the least, I would ask that you pay a lot of attention to whatever screening you can create if this building stays as it is, that whatever screening you can on Portola Road from the house, the vacant house, over to the horse trail and around, because when you come around the corner, as I say, I had no idea this was going on. And as soon as I saw it, I thought how big and massive it was. And that's really my point. Thank you.
You didn't say prehistoric.
My name is Sam Skilache. I've been a resident of the town for 27 years. I live at 16 Portola Green Circle, which is right across the street. I submitted one of the 4 public statements by mail as a representative of a group of us from Portola Green Circle that have been meeting, talking about this. I have 2 things I want to say. I realize it's very late, and it's too bad. I'll try to be brief too. one is about process and one is about the noise issue specifically. On process, I noticed that, I felt a little bit bad when I saw the story poles go up and I thought, oh man, I'm just like completely disengaged from the town. I didn't realize this was going on. And I heard a very well-informed member and another neighbor now say like, oh, we were all surprised when the story poles went up, no one really even noticed. I was not properly noticed for the ASCC meeting. I was only noticed by the ASCC chair, because I know her. She said, you should come to this. So, this process has been pretty funky from the perspective of the neighbors. And I feel a little bit relieved I'm not the only one. I also think it's a little bit kind of upside down that we are presuming the project will be finished and then modifying the CUP around it rather than having a proper debate about the CUP itself. And I'll note the CUP, several people who noted this, the CUP has had violations. The Priory is in violation right now on hardscape and has been in violation in the past on student count. So I feel like a proper review of the CUP, before the project is really fully considered is appropriate. Obviously, there's not enough time to do that tonight. So the one request I have is that you actually postpone the decision until you have time to properly do this, as the chair has said. With regard to noise, I want to talk about another CUP, which is the Neely CUP. So we have had some noise complaints. My experience with the Priory has been, it's largely been a good neighbor over the years. It has been getting louder. Some of that seems to be not the Priory itself, but they're, people that they rent it out to, like the summer camp. Some of it is unavoidable, like plumbing emergencies. We have plenty of sympathy for that kind of thing going on. I think you have every right to make noise when you have plumbing emergencies. The Neely Winery that was approved in 2021, which is right over there, I've read through that CUP and I encourage the planning commission to read through it. It has much more extensive restrictions in language and requirements. And I've spoken to Patrick about this and I think there was some agreement. I don't want to put words in your mouth that what the Neely stuff says is not unreasonable. So Neely has specific language about what kinds of activities and the number of activities. So one concern that the neighbors have is that the Priory will use this building as an excuse or as rationale or just because it seems like a good idea or whatever to have an increase in activity on the field. And so we would like the CUP to actually include some language about the intention that there's not going to be an expected increase in the type or kind of large events on the field, which seems to be the intention according to the conversation we had. So it'd be nice to get that in writing. The Neely CUP also says, has language about permanent noise monitoring, which is supposed to be reported to the town on an annual basis. That would be great to actually have permanent noise monitors put in. That's part of their CUP. There's a review of the CUP for these noise reasons written in the Neely CUP. It's got a schedule written down. So it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. It's written into it. That would be great. There are some penalties in there for violation of the event CUP, including revocation of it temporarily if the Neely Winery violates the noise ordinance multiple times. So that I think that language is worth taking a look at. And then there's language in there about what the town can say and can't say in terms of exceptions to the event language in the Neely CUP. So they actually give some examples of, this would be a reasonable substitution, but this wouldn't be, which I thought was pretty good. So given that that's a pretty recent CUP of a similar site in the town, it doesn't seem unreasonable to ask the commission to take a hard look at that process and just use some of that language and some of that intention to apply to this. We're not asking for onerous restrictions. We like the school. School's been a great neighbor. Obviously, we were there before we moved in 27 years ago. But we would love to kind of get it formalized that, there's going to be some monitoring, some responsibility, some consequences if there's, somebody made the comment about there's lots of, violations and apologies after the fact. That's been a bit of our experience too. So it'd be nice if we didn't have to be the enforcers so much as a neighbors group. And I just think that like getting all this stuff clarified and into the CP is not unreasonable. So I would ask the commission to take the appropriate amount of time, as the chair has said, and consider that CUP, which is a recent one, and it seems reasonably applicable to the noise issues we've been raising. Thanks for the time.
Good evening, Caroline Vertonghen, 100 Palmer Lane. We have been a resident for over 30 years. And yes, I am a member of PPTS, so thank you very much for addressing that. It looks like I think we should have a chat with town council because it seems like our consultants and staff might not know we have a handbook and that our governance is actually based on residents and their input is very valuable. Our purview is traffic safety, is parking, also the new driveways. And so I hope you will consider that. We're very concerned with the increased traffic by many projects that have been approved in the last few years without considering any mitigation to solve that. So thank you. I have submitted a lengthy document and I apologize for any mistakes. I had to rush it, but we're telling you the facts. We love the Priory and we wish them all the success, but residents like us, and I think you, Chair, you've been part of the many CUP amendments. Every time it's more in previous service, more students, and with the students comes more faculty, more staff, and none of the traffic reports have indicated that. So we have been always part of that and we always get promises and unfortunately they have not committed it. So right now, and I would like you to go back to the CEQA exemption that was made in December 21, because I think there was a mistake. And like you've seen with this report, it's full of mistakes and full of new interpretations like tonight. Did they reinstate the conditions or not? I'm confused. 8 and 9 is what has happened. We would like to work with the Priory, but I think they have grown a little bit too much for their own interest without really considering our needs. And those two entrances, so let me go back to the CEQA. I think the first maximum amount of students was 250. And in the report in December, it said that the maximum amount was 350. So the new amount, 394, was based on that 350. And I would like you to review that. Thank you. Then to come back on the entrances, what they did in December, they made a pilot program. They opened Gambetta. And it was said that there was going to be some supervising. There is no supervising. There is supervising in their inter-circle crossways, but there's nothing at the gates. So now they're using two entrances. There's no one way in and no one-way exit. I'm sorry. It's a mix and match. So you have the students who are athletes, I think, and so they come early, but then you also have the ones who rush for the last minute. Many of the students drive Teslas or any electric vehicle. I'm all for it, but they don't make noise. And so they cross, they're very distracted. They cross these entrances, two entrances. One is coming. I mean, it's really a mess. And then you have the queuing on the street itself, on Portola Road at both entrances. So everybody in town is hurrying because we don't have enough time anymore. So when there's a queue of 6 cars trying to make a left turn, you still have cars who try to make it in time somewhere else in Portola Valley. And I think that should be all. And we have tried to convince the town to get a collaborative and a more extensive traffic study and to propose that and make sure that we finally find solutions. But I hope that Woodside Priory will start helping us and will start working with us. Those two entrances are on our safe routes to school. And there is no specifics, and I thank you for asking that question about the construction. I would like to urge you to demand that our staff at the front entrances during regular school weeks, but they have to hire traffic mitigation consultants or service people to control that. Where are those trucks going to park? And what they forgot to mention, that new circle route will have light poles. And so that is not in the report, but we heard it at AACC, and we mentioned Alpine Inn Tennis Club, you know, how we try to make them abide by the rules of the dark skies. We have the light, they all promised it, and now those lights are on. So I think they might use the light poles as a safety measure, and so then we cannot take them away. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to check to see if we have somebody online.
We do have one person raised.
All right, let's go and pick up that person.
Dale, you're allowed to speak.
Yes, good evening. This is Dale Fowl, 5030 Alpine Road. I've been here in town almost 30 years. And first of all, I want to say I'm very supportive of the Priory. I think they've been a wonderful neighbor. Many of the things some of the people here don't remember, they put in a lot of time and money to deal with water issues, overflow, put in berms and culverts to get the water coming from the folks on the other side of the road all the way through the Priory campus into the creek. So they've done a lot over the years. A couple of quick points. Trying to draw an analogy to the Neely project is preposterous, using another member's comments. The Neely project is a commercial entertainment venue, had never been done in Portola Valley before, and it was in a meadow, for God's sakes. And so it has no bearing on the Priory. The Priory's been a school since 1957, longer than most of these homeowners have been here, and certainly longer than I've been here. Another thing to consider is that the town really has no control over the other schools like Corte Madera and Ormondale. If they choose to build something, the town has very little input. Understand the Priory does have a CUP as part of the town, so we do have input, but take that into consideration. The other thing, someone mentioned massing. Well, if any of you have looked at the MUR at Corte Madera, that is a massive building. And I see it all the time. And at night, it's very bright. And we don't have any control over that. And the Priory building actually, in comparison to those, is kind of a piker. And if people are worried about massing, wait until we see what happens down at Dorothy Ford Park if we get low-cost housing down there, and it's 2.5 to 3 stories. And then as far as traffic, you know, traffic has always been an issue in Portola Valley, and I continue to be concerned about it. But again, the Priory has been a good neighbor. The traffic hasn't improved considerably over the past several years at the Priory, and they do a lot to try and get carpooling, and they have a lot of staff living on site. And again, take a look at how much traffic we're going to get with all the new housing from our housing element if you're really concerned about traffic. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dale. You're up next.
Hi, Andy Chase. I live at the end of Georgia Lane. If you hit along that whole dirt lane at the end of Georgia Lane is my property. So I live between Ormondale and the Priory. I'm completely close. I'm very much in favor of this. And this project is, I view them as a very good neighbor because they hike and walk and bike through this property all the time. And my kids did, et cetera, et cetera. And it's confusing me when I hear people say that, you know, whether it's impervious surface, which I always laugh about, because about 15 or 20 years ago, they built a berm in the left and center field, which if you ever ridden a bike from like Roberts down the hill, you go down Portola Road and take a ride on Georgia Lane, it's all downhill. I'm the only property downhill from the property. I'm assuming water drains downhill. And my property's dry. I had to drill 3 holes to get a well. You know, it's just bizarre. And then I heard the noise thing. And then I hear kids laughing at Ormondale or the recess bell. I'll hear a baseball bat in the spring. I have never once heard any noise ever out of the gym, which is when I'm hearing these noise comments all night long, I was like, none of them related to the gym. The gym is quiet. And so I'm like, that, you know, it's like, it's bizarre to me to hear them talking about the gym stuff. And I'm like, okay, I live closer to the gym than anyone on Portola Road across the street, whatever, you know, that's got to be 500 feet away. You know, and I'm like, this is kind of funny to hear these talk about the noise. So I'm a little confused on the noise. I understand the visual thing, but my view when I came around the corner, I saw the story poles. They're kind of bright. And when I saw the colors here, which I thought the pictures didn't do a great service to it, but the building's going to be brown and fade into the trees and the plants. I mean, that's not, I don't think the massing of this thing, and my wife was on AFCC for 20 years. She knew the stuff. She was in charge of that stuff. So I get it, but I just don't think it's going to look intimidating like some of the people I've heard today. Because when you see the bright story poles, you realize, well, that's the peak of a roof that's slanting down. That's, you know, in a faded color. I'm just not really sweating the details. So anyway, I'm very supportive of the project they're doing and I'm aware of, you know, that I don't know why traffic would increase, you know, but I was really struck by how much time was spent on impervious surface and the noise. I was like, if you live right next to them, as I do, man, I'm adjacent to them and I never hear anything out of the Priory. It's kind of fun. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Chase Smith. I live at 97 Gambetta Lane, and I'm an educator at the Priory. So as you can guess, I'm in favor of the gym. You know, one thing I'll say is that you asked if there were any students in tonight, and I think I'm a great person to speak on behalf of our students. You know, they have to share a gym, and we try to fit everyone into one gym through practices and games. And I think that, and we talked about impacts, and I think one of the impacts that causes is a lack of sleep for our students, and where a need for another gymnasium will help our students live a more healthy, balanced life. So I think I'm speaking on behalf of them in that regard. The second thing that I will talk about is that the traffic pattern right now currently going through Gambetta. As I mentioned, I see the cars go up. It is one way, especially during those high traffic times of drop off and pickup. And it has really helped keep traffic off of Portola Road and onto campus. So where there isn't much congestion, maybe you're waiting a car or two to have to turn left into Gambetta, but allowing cars to be able to enter through Gambetta has provided less congestion on Portola Road, allowing our cars to exit the main schoolway, and have the option to make either a left or right and not have the congestion in between the two entrances. So I thank you for everyone's time. Thank you for allowing me to speak here, and thank you for all you do for us. So go Priory.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Craig Heber. I live at 6 Portola Green Circle, right across from the Priory. Been there for about 20 years. I'm also the vice chair of the Emergency Planning Committee. And so we have an 8 a.m. meeting tomorrow morning. So I'm going to be as brief as I possibly can. So Sam has submitted, and we have submitted our comments. Sam has covered those. I'm not going to cover them again. So just a couple of quick comments I'd like to make. So I've found that this process, the CUP process, to be kind of difficult and challenging, and it's because the community is so entangled with the Priory. You know, for instance, there are people who have children who go there or are planning on going there. So it makes it a little bit weird. But, we worked through it. I've had great conversations with Patrick Ruth about the problems that we have with the priority. And I'm not going to cover what those are. We've gone through those. They've been discussed quite a bit. So I will not do that. But what I want to say is, as far as the process is concerned, I think it is really valuable to look at for the planning commission to look at the Neely Winery work that was done and to leverage that going forward. I think that there's potentially some really great guidance that can come from that. And I don't think it's preposterous to go and look at that. And actually, that's your decision whether it's preposterous or not to look at that. And I think that is the end of my comments. And I thank you very much for your time. It's about as brief as I can possibly be. Thank you. Thank you.
My name's Barbara Gall. I live at 155 Brookside Drive, which is across from the Priory. I've lived there for 30 years. I became aware of this proposed project. I knew that the Priory I knew vaguely that the Priory was looking at some kind of changes regarding athletics facilities. But until the story polls went up, I really had no idea that anything of this magnitude was being proposed. I very much second the comments that concern the process here and particularly the need for more opportunity for members of the public to comment. I mean, that's after 11 o'clock at night. I've had to be here for hours waiting to have an opportunity to comment. And this is really the first time that I knew that there was going to be a good opportunity to comment on this project. I'm brand new to this. I'm not familiar with planning processes, so I don't have specific comments really to offer at this time. I am an attorney. I am not a CEQA expert. I do think it is, my radar goes up when you're saying that a project of this magnitude is exempt from CEQA consideration based on the fact that it's not a classroom or it's not 10 classrooms or whatever. It is a very large structure that's being proposed, and it is a big impact on the Priory campus, and it's right near where there are always frogs in the spring in the ditch behind the field there. There are deer that come on campus. We know there are mountain lions and bobcats around. I think there needs to be some consideration of the rural character of Portola Valley, regardless of whether there is a CEQA exemption or not. I, basically defer to what my neighbor Richard Merck has said about specifics, because I really don't know the planning process, nor do I know the specifics of this particular project at this time. I can say that I have observed over the years that the Priory is a good neighbor. It does share its facilities with the public, and that's very much appreciated. On the other hand, I have observed that, over time, the level of public access to the Priory has, in my opinion, been going downhill. We used to see multiple soccer games on the back fields by the baseball field every Saturday afternoon. There were kids playing softball on the softball field. There were kids playing soccer on the big field in front of the Priory. Those are all outdoor activities. This is taking more outdoor space and turning it into indoor space. It's not that, gyms are great and indoor sports are great, but give the public a chance to express its comments on the thing. And it may be that, the project goes forward much as it is now, but I served for many years as staff to a state agency that operated in public meetings like this. And whenever you give the chance, the public a chance to weigh in extensively on a project, or it improves things. Things get better. I know a lot has already been put into this. I can see, you know, that the Priory has really put a lot of work into this, and some of the town committees have looked at it, but listen to your residents, and I'm, like I say, I'm not going to add any more specifics now, but I do think that giving more time for the public would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm looking through here. I'm looking to see how we look online.
There's currently nobody with their hands raised.
I beg your pardon, please?
There's currently nobody with their hand raised.
Okay, I'm looking around here. This is a last and final. Some of you have been here for a while. And it's Camus.
So I'm Camus Steinmetz, legal counsel for the Priory, and just wanted to address a few of the comments that came up. Right, and first would be CEQA. We are in agreement with the town's conclusions that this is exempt under CEQA under Class 14, minor additions to schools. The question, there was a discussion about whether the gym could be categorized as a classroom or a number of classrooms. And I just wanted to raise the point that the California Department of Education has a policy on how classrooms are defined. And I will read from that policy.
Please
Okay,
don't, but please submit it to the record and we can.
Okay, so in summary, that policy exempts gymnasiums from the definition of a classroom as adding capacity. And I think that's the definition that would be appropriate here, because that's what the CEQA exemption addresses. There's also town precedent for use of this exemption. The 2016 stream building relied on this very exemption. We would also be in support of adding the Class 11 accessory structure exemption if the town staff and commission would like to add that as an additional exemption, that the project is applicable to the project. One other point was impervious surface that came up, and the claim that there is an exceedance of the CUP limits. And I just wanted to make the point, you know, my understanding based on conversations with the previous architect, Carter Warr, is that the town staff had previously exempted from the calculation of impervious surface driveways that were within 100 feet of all structures on the property. And town staff has now determined that exclusion should only apply to residences on the town
Priory, made
campus.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make that point, and I don't know if Patrick, you would like to read that, any of the other comments from the public. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. There's a lot of ground to cover here, including response. I think most of the statements were statements of recommendations more so than questions. So I'm not sure that that all of them necessarily deserve a staff response, because they were sort of declarations of view, and that's different than being able to explain the positions that that staff may have taken. I'm going to invite you to respond as you see fit. From there, I'm going to want to take it back to the commission to discuss next steps. And also then raise the question, what would be helpful for the Priory? As I had promised that we would call this meeting at 11 o'clock. We're now past that. So we're unlikely to be making any decisions, but it would be good to discuss next steps. So I guess at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'd like staff to respond as appropriate. I'm not sure where it should be looking.
So, sure.
And then I want to bring the process back to commission for deliberation on next steps and talk about what would be helpful to Priory moving forward, recognizing that we're not going to be making a decision on anything except next steps this evening.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything specific to respond to. Happy to answer any questions from the Planning Commission. And I would like to also just give the opportunity to our town attorney and the staff to see if they agree.
Thank you. I did want to respond to just a few points. One, the first one is the Priory's attorney referenced the definition of classroom as defined by the State Department of Education. I have reviewed that, and I do confer that it excludes gymnasiums from the definition of classroom. Second.
Relevant, would a definition from Department of Education as a policy affect a legal definition under CEQA? Counselor?
Well, when CEQA doesn't define the term, I think it is a helpful guidance. And it supports, in terms of what's adding students, I think it does support that I think the intent of that exemption is to consider increases in student capacity. Classrooms tend to do that quickly with public schools. If you add more classrooms, they're going to fill up eventually, unless you're in San Francisco. But that's the sort of the gist of, I would say. It's not definitive, but I think it's a helpful definition. So I just want to mention that I did look at it, and I concur that's what it says. Secondly, there was a question about the night sky ordinance, and I was not actually familiar with it when it was mentioned, but I did look at it in our code. And, as a general matter, local ordinances are can be preempted by state law. And so to the extent that the state building code says something different, that would control. And then thirdly, there was actually a comment that came in via email. And so I did just want to put it on the record. There was a question about one of our new commissioners who mentioned that his kids previously went to the Priory. And so there's a question about conflicts of interest. And I did just want to note that would not present a conflict of interest that would preclude him from participating in this decision. Generally speaking, conflicts of interest look at whether there are financial, basically financial impacts that would be the Priory providing money to one of you. So if you were, for example, employed by the Priory, if you were a consultant to the Priory and, received, fees for your services to the Priory, that would require recusal. And I think actually, if any of you had a current student at the Priory, I think that would require some closer analysis. Maybe there would be some monetary benefit to this project, getting more for your money or something. But that's not at issue here tonight. And so I did just want to put that on the record that we did look at conflicts, not just, and we do that for every single item that comes before you to make sure that you can all participate. And if you can't, then state the reasons for the recusal on the record, and then do not participate. So those are the 3 points I just wanted to mention in response to some of the comments that came in. Thank you.
Thank you. When is our next meeting scheduled?
I can actually go on the mic, sorry. February 5th would be your first meeting.
And if we wanted to move that meeting to the last week in January,
I'll be out of town.
then that's probably not a good thing to talk about.
We do have, just for the commission, and this was going to be a topic a little later, we do have an item that's looking to get scheduled for that hearing. So there would be another item possibly on that agenda. So it is possible the commission can consider calling a special meeting to continue this. Outside of that, if you didn't want it to affect your normal schedule.
Well, we should,
What are you considering putting on our schedule then? I just love it how we're the last ones to know.
well, it is one of these things where you typically staff would consult with the chair and then we'd make a decision as to what the right ordering on the agenda would be. So let's just, we're okay. At this point, would it be helpful for Priory to hear where what each commissioner is thinking about at this point in time? Creating some at least food for thought until our next meeting. Alternatively, we could talk about process sorts of issues, whether, for example, we want to put together an ad hoc committee, maybe pulling in a neighbor outside to sit with us and be able to formulate some potential direction to bring back to the commission to advance our thinking, maybe to crystallize it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I didn't understand the first part of that of whether something would be helpful to the Priory. I mean, at this point, the matter's ready for us to make a decision, right? So maybe it would be helpful for us to hear each other's thoughts, but I didn't understand in what way something would help the Priory.
I would suspect that what is going to be coming back from us is going to require some modification to the plan that Priory has submitted. And if that's the case, it might be helpful for Priory to hear where we are so they can begin to think about what it is that we're thinking about, so they can begin to consider modulation of their plan.
I start with the same premise, I think, that you do, which is to not make a decision tonight on any of the materials that are before us. I think we all want to do what we can, and the Priory's a great neighbor. I'm so tired I can hardly speak. But I think maybe reason I interrupted is I think one of the big problems here is this caught everybody by surprise, not just us, but all the town and everything. Whether we do an intermediate little committee like you suggest is fine, but I think it's really important that we have a public meeting that is more fully procedurally more fully noticed and more fully understood. Substantively, I think your point is a good one. There's lots of comments that range from my feeling that we're not doing a very good job with CEQA. The comments about parking spit, not to belittle anything, but they a range of comments. So maybe some sort of a working group would be useful, if it would be useful to the Priory to figure out how they would come back to us with what I'll call a more prioritized list or something of what the issues are. Because I certainly heard issues that would make me not want to approve the project as we've received it. That's the kind of inquiry you're asking about, but that's where I'm headed. And I guess my final comment is, I think so much of what we're hearing are about environmental impacts, and so I really don't understand the resistance on CEQA. I mean, we're hearing about noise, we're hearing about traffic, we're hearing about trees, we're hearing about the meadow and how we ameliorate those impacts. And I mean, that is the purpose of CEQA. And for me, of course, I practiced CEQA for many, many years. That's the place to deal with this, not in a conditional use permit where you then have violations of the conditional use permit. So I'll just finish that and tell you that's where I'm headed. And I'll just turn off my mic.
Well, that's helpful. Ronnie, do you have views?
I mean, to be very brief, I guess I'm more or less ready to proceed with approval.
That's helpful and good to know.
I'll just give a general, this is hard to say. I am a little concerned about the lawyering, and your concerns, because I'm not a lawyer, and so I have to respect that, you have concerns, so I can't, I want to hear that fleshed out more, and so that you're more comfortable. In general, on the project, I have some additional things I want to add, in terms of conditions, that I haven't mentioned because they were leading questions. And there's the things that Patrick and I discussed, and I will just quickly mention that. One of them is that we talked about allowing the coordinator kids to use the tennis courts, so there's less conflict on the pickleball courts. During the spring, and there's not much use there. Another one is, I forgot. Oh, this is fun. I showed Patrick something that he had never seen on his campus before. I took him on a trail that I'll call the North Trail, for lack of a good word. And I would like the town, I mean, he agreed with me and not that to explore the idea, just to explore. Yeah. No, just. Oh, I thought we could make that a public. I could not speak that publicly.
So can
Okay,
I
I'm
just say
sorry.
that there's issues of access that.
No, that I just wanted, I thought it was open that we could explore that as a, yes. No, I didn't, I'm sorry.
I want to move on from that and putting in that there is a trail issue, but I'd like to.
There's not a trail issue. It's. But it was confusing to me because there are new
I don't know,
trails.
it
and,
could be part of the project, but.
Well, to me, it's part of the CPU.
But I'm saying that there's a trail issue or an
There's a
access
trail,
issue.
yeah, the trail opportunity. I mean, I'm not even saying
So
there's nothing
let's-
clear. I mean, there's new trails in the back, so to me, I was open, anyways, let's, and we're all tired. And I would like to, I really feel strongly about removing the pine trees along the road. And to me, that would be a condition that would be required, and that's, I have more, but I think that's, oh, and on the noise, I'm really struggling with an interior noise being an issue.
Sorry, please.
I'm really struggling with, noise within a building being a problem. So far away, I don't see that as an issue. But I think that's something we need to talk about.
I think where I'm at is, somewhere along where Ronnie is perhaps, but I guess my main concern is, as was voiced by, some of the residents, is that I think the scenic corridor, is currently not very scenic in that area where you see the track and that visibility. I think this is gonna accentuate that issue, especially if you get rid of the eucalyptus tree, which is, I understand why that's going away, but that's one of the blocking points of looking through that view. So I do think it comes down to lights, aesthetics, what we don't see within the Priory. I don't think we'd be having half this discussion if it was in the back of the Priory. The residents wouldn't be voicing concern as much. So overall, I think the Priory's done a great job with their new buildings. And it looks like this one to me would have, be done in good taste and so that's kind of where I'm at.
So it sounds like there's a potential aesthetics issue from the road scenic corridor. Is noise something that you're thinking about or light?
Light definitely, I think is part of that. In terms of noise, I think you have to go by the study that was done and respect that study. It sounds to me like the noise issue is not an additional noise issue. It's a noise issue that, residents are looking to find a way to clamp down on current noise rather than new noise. That's how I read that. And maybe that's fair to do, but I don't know the legalese of, how those negotiations work.
You think about it in terms of what is the additive
What is the additive?
and whether there's a current violation that needs to be cleaned up. But
Right, of whether that should be part of the process, I can't comment on that. That's where I'm at.
good. I think I find myself troubled by the scale of the project and its appearance. And the question is whether it's massing and potential light and light coming across the hillside can be appropriately mitigated. I think that there are some issues that do need to be cleaned up. And those include the historic house, which I think is basically demolition by neglect, I think is actually the right term. You look at the way in which the house was described in the general plan, it says that the house is in good shape, is substantially similar to what it was. And if you look at it at this point in time, there's been a change. I am interested in cleaning up code issues before introducing additional complexity, or at the very least, creating a path to cleaning it. And that could include noise as well. So the question we also heard issues of safety and crossing and inclusion of the traffic and bicycle. And I'm sorry, I'm going to, yeah, that. And whether there can be some learning and some mitigation added to the project based on that. So I am open to the idea that the project moves forward in something like the form that is presented, with additional mitigation and pulsing of those people who have expertise and experience within the community, who, for whatever reason, haven't been tapped to provide insight and recommendations. So I think I would take what you've heard here as being pretty positive. It's not I'm not sure that you, of counting noses, I'm not quite sure that they're where things are, but I think that you're probably not that far away, but I don't think that we're there yet. In terms of CEQA, I don't like the use of the class 14 exemption. And I'll tell you why. There's no reason why we couldn't apply the class 14 exemption for building basically anything that has any plausible educational relationship. I've done research in this area, and the only example in case law that I found where an education or institution was found not to have a nexus to the project they were proposing was when a junior college was proposing a circus in their parking lot. But putting in a bar and a cabaret has an educational focus. Putting in a radio station with a tower is an educational focus. Building multi-family dwelling units is an educational purpose, and that all becomes class 14. Council says, yeah, but there's always the unusual circumstance that you can, but is it unusual in what way? And I can, any one of the attorneys here, and probably others, can lawyer it and can create a basis, but it is unnatural and it feels like an unnatural fit. There may be other categorical exemptions that would be reasonable. I'm not comfortable with it. But having said that, from a substantive standpoint, I think that with some additional mitigation and a little bit more time, I would suspect that you're going to be able to get to where you want to go in the next little bit. And the question is whether we would do this as a ad hoc committee, whether we form a work group, or whether we simply go and hash it out in further public meetings. I'm totally open to suggestions that, or Ronnie may be ready to make a motion and see where we actually are. And I'm open to any of that direction, but I do want to call the meeting soon because it's now 11:36 and I need to go to bed. So, so if anybody has a suggestion at this point.
Rather take anything negative or get back with staff, and make another shot at it that way. I want to phrase that if they're looking. Sorry, thank you. Let me repeat myself.
Ronnie?
I would, well, I'm not gonna push to make a motion tonight, I think, given where everyone's at in the hour. I would prefer that we keep things in the full committee and keep them public. And to that end, if we could continue this meeting and try to get to a resolution in our next meeting is what I would prefer.
Okay.
Perhaps the two of you can be Brown Act buddies and figure out the whole CEQA stuff to your satisfaction and bring that to us. It doesn't have to be an official subcommittee, but I think that would help. And then I think some of the other things, I think they're little more straightforward, like how do we worry about screening from Portola Road, or how do we add some community things into the language? I think that we could handle that as a group. I don't think we're that far away. That's part of the challenge to me. Was it just so much and you get part in your head and it's a lot.
Commissioner Morse?
I'm fine to go ahead with the full committee. I guess my question is how do we make an efficient agenda for that discussion so that we don't just regurgitate what we've just done? Maybe the town can help us in some way of these are the outstanding issues, or this is what we need to talk about. I'm not sure.
Second that.
Patrick?
You have a question for me?
I think the question was posed, would it be helpful to have some form of further engagement offline? And then to bring it back.
I felt like the commissioners were pretty clear about wanting to do everything in public. So. Yeah, no.
So I think that our priority would be that a special meeting be held at a date certain before February 5th, within the next 2 weeks. And that in the interim, we would be certainly open to an ad hoc committee and the benefit of that before that meeting.
So let's talk about dates. Recognizing that the 29th is a challenge date.
I won't be back in town until February 6th. Our next scheduled meeting. I plan around when we schedule our meetings. So a special meeting, you can have it Tuesday if you wanted. But I at least won't be here. I said if you want to have a day early, I'll be here, but I plan to be out of town, and I plan it around our regularly scheduled dates, which are the first and the third Wednesday of every month. Now, mind you, we don't always meet all of those times, but I'm at least available those times, and I'm not available in the intermediate week this time.
Counselor, would 2/4 be better for you?
It wouldn't work for me. Maybe town tomorrow morning, which is why I've been.
I guess I have a quick question for the commission. Is the idea that in the interim, before we have the next meeting, we would like the priory to address what they've heard from you this evening,
Absolutely.
make
that's why-
changes,
Absolutely.
then
I think we've got a couple of things. I think one is, I do think that we'd be buddies. And, you know,
We can work this out with
Yeah.
the town. I don't think that's a problem.
and we can also think about what that might look like and be responsive potentially in advance to firing. I do think that framing up the issues, putting together an agenda does make sense. And if there are things that begin to click into place, I think that would be helpful. I think that coming back with this is what it looks like is not going to work on many different levels. So I don't, but the questions of, is of timing. And it sounds like if we're going to do something like this and given your schedule, the fifth is kind of where we're going to be.
Well, I also think that we have heard tonight issues about the notice and people feeling like they knew nothing until the story polls went up. And I think it's important that we solve all those problems and cure all those problems before we meet the next time. And I also think, all due respect, you may not have heard things, but I also think we asked a lot of questions, and I would assume it's going to take some time to prepare some responses to some of those questions and put all of that together. So, and maybe, maybe Karen didn't even ask all of her questions. So I think that there's plenty to do. I don't see where 2 weeks is such an unreasonable time.
I mean, from what I've been hearing tonight, we do have the concerns that you want them to address. You've explained quite a few of those, maybe not everything, but quite a few of them. You would like the Priory to start thinking about them and making changes and kind of workshopping it a bit. That will take time. I think trying to squeeze it in 2 weeks would be kind of hard. And given that you also kind of want us to do an additional noticing, it sounds like, kind of from the feedback, people weren't given enough notice. Renoticing and all that does take time, and we would need slightly longer time to do that. And we also heard from the commission, we want this packet a lot earlier so we can dive into it. And so kind of giving those things, I think we're going to be a little further out so that we can work with the Priory, get them to start making the changes that they've heard, kind of, or the direction, so they can generate their responses. Then we will be able to then, you guys got the packet on Friday, correct? At 7, okay. Maybe we push for a Monday before that meeting. So we'll have more time to get you guys that packet. But we are pushing out the meeting. So it really is the direction that's what I've heard, and kind of where we as staff can step in. We can do, another notice for this if that is your desire. We heard maybe the Daily Post, but maybe the Almanac. We can talk with the town staff to try to also include that one. And then redoing the 1,000-foot notice around the property, if that is your direction to us. We're more than happy to work with that, with you guys, to address your concerns about making sure the public has the opportunity and feels like they can attend a meeting that's not 11:55 p.m.
So is a proposal meeting at a date out from the fifth? Is that what you were saying?
Given the feedback that the commission has given us, I think so, yes.
Can we do the
That-
12th, the week after?
We could do a special meeting on that. I would have to make sure, I believe that's a city council meeting day, and they're in here, and I don't think we want to step on their toes. So it would probably have to be a Tuesday.
Then we just go on Tuesday, so we meet on something like the 11th.
Mhm.
But I'm just a little confused. I felt like we were just talking about a kind of a continuance, right? To try and figure out whatever questions you have. Mr. Targ talked about things being close. And yet now we're talking about, I'm not sure what exactly we're talking about. I think
So we're looking.
we're happy to work with you and understand what your needs and concerns are. And I think we're excited to address them. And we certainly want the best possible structure and the best possible kind of experience to come out of this. And I guess I'm not clear on how a continuance and how working with staff is going to, I'm just not clear on that. I mean, I think there's a sequel question that sounds like the attorney's spoken on, and you need to understand better. And I think our attorneys weighed in on that too. And we're happy to.
Just to be clear, I'm totally clear on this equation.
Okay, okay, well, okay. Right.
Is there work to be done?
But,
All
so
right.
the.
However that
so-
work gets worked out, I understand, but
But
maybe I can
so
understand
what
better.
we're looking at first was whether we could get back together on the 29th.
Right.
And we won't be able to get back together on the 29th.
Totally get
because
it.
Commissioner Brothers won't be here.
Yep.
So then the question is, could we get back together on the 5th? And it sounds like what I was hearing from staff is that the 5th is going to be taxing to notice and to get together from a logistical standpoint. And therefore, I looked at that and said, I'm hearing that the 5th isn't going to work. What is the next possible date that we could get ourselves back together? And the 12th doesn't work because that's a town council meeting. So let's go and roll it back one day and have a special meeting so that we can get you in at the earliest possible date, which it sounds like is the 11th, is where I understand, is why we're talking about the 11th rather than an earlier date.
The question I heard is, it's not clear what the applicant is supposed to do in the interim and bring to that meeting.
Oh,
And I would agree that I don't think the commission has given any clear directive of what questions we want answered or something like that.
Well, I think that there has been the individuals and I think that there's that is, I can draw a lot based on what I've heard, and I can do that. I think that providing some additional clarity based on that would be helpful to Priory. Staff suggested that based on some potential further guidance, Priory would be able to benefit from some additional time to see how they would respond to some of the approach that we had that we had at least touched upon. And if that's not the case, then we should simply get together at the next date, which would be the 5th, and we'll show up and we'll go and see if maybe we can hash out a new CUP and a slightly modified project in real time. That sounds pretty taxing to me. That's just me.
Trying to hear everything. Staff's concern about the 5th was trying to get the package to us like Monday of the week. We're not talking about that. We usually get the packages on Friday. I think the fact was that we got the package Friday at 7, and then we got the notice of the meeting Saturday. I think the point is get us the package and get us the full package at one time, Thursday or Friday. I don't think it needs to be Monday for God's sake. Then it will be a second time that you see it. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, because I think we're all tired. I certainly know that I am. And it's sounding like the Priory hasn't heard anything here, and maybe Ronnie hasn't either, that would really change their thinking. But maybe, why don't we just continue our discussion, because we haven't really finished our discussion. We went through our questions, we went through the public comment. It's sort of too late for us to have our discussion. You and I and Catherine, I guess, and whoever else wants to talk about it can talk about CEQA. But I would just suggest, why don't we put it on our agenda as a continuation of this. If we don't spend the first 3.5 hours with presentations, we could actually get to some work and maybe at that point come up with something that's very much more specific. This many parking spaces, or this much impervious, or this many free. And admittedly, we haven't reached that level of detail on any of the comments, because we really haven't had that discussion. So that would be my proposal. We could hear the notice. We heard a lot about notice. We could hear from the Trails Committee. We could make efforts to resolve the CEQA in the intervening 2 weeks, and then we could have a more of a discussion, like I said. Getting right to the discussion, or focusing only on changes between now and then.
So could we consider that for February 4th or 11th?
Our next regularly scheduled meeting would be the 5th.
Right, but there's a potentially a full agenda for that meeting.
Well, that I don't know.
I mean, it's up to the commission's direction if we want to continue this item to a date certain, which would be the 5th. You know, town staff can try to work with the applicant that we're trying to get up on the 5th and try to see if we can push that around, or I believe it's if I remember correctly, it's another undergrounding request, exemption to undergrounding.
Yeah,
that would
why
be
don't-
coming
why don't we
forward.
not do that?
Okay. So I'll pass that along to Terrence and the planner, to let them know that that item should be delayed. And then we will have just the priority continuing directly to the 5th.
That's a question for priority.
Sorry. Do you have any colleagues?
If we need our attorney
so
here,
moved.
could we do the 4th? Is that possible? Oh, because Commissioner
Because
Brothers isn't here.
Commissioner Brothers.
Right. Out of town. Is the 4th a possibility?
Yeah, it's for the 5th. I like meeting when it's, but I'm just sort of old fashioned.
Yeah, and I do too. On the other hand,
We
if
have a- we do have a
Priorities
following.
Council can't play and we can accommodate, that would be started off talking about being gracious, so.
I will just say I have another council meeting on February 4th.
Sorry.
Happens when you start.
Linda's not around. So I think that your choice is really the 11th or the 5th without your lead counsel.
For the 11th, we would have to try to do an early meeting because there is another committee meeting that night that's in here.
Or our next scheduled meeting, which would be 2 weeks after. the 5th.
I
Um,
also wouldn't
the
mind
committee-
having the meeting over prior. Which,
I don't know, screw up the public. We had two members of the public who felt surprised by this. That bothers me.
Would that meeting, the next meeting be similar to this one where the public comment, we go through that public comment again?
Yeah, I think that we would want to reopen it. Because I find it hard to imagine, given the process that we've been through, and I recognize the process that the inquiry has been through, that that I'd want to chair a meeting that didn't have an opportunity for public comment on it. I think that there's too much that's right. So.
We can impose time limits on public comments. We were
I was
liberal
just
about
curious.
that
Yeah.
tonight.
Oh, I was just curious. I'm
It
not-
was the
yeah.
presentations that we cut mostly into the time.
Yeah,
and
so I
that's
mean, we
frequently
can
the
also
case.
talk about
No, we have
agenda.
the
I agree that we can talk about limiting the, actually abiding by time limits could be helpful, but you know, to be sure, I can't imagine not having public comment. So why don't we, I think we're gonna go and book the 11th earlier in the day.
Okay.
Because I want to get something on the book. I want our council, I want your council, I want my commissioner.
Totally.
Uh,
We do too. We want Commissioner Brothers there too.
yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
and.
He knows
you know,
I played volleyball, so I understand.
Despite
how
her,
his feelings.
despite her comments earlier today, we want her there, so.
So I think that is what,
Tuesday, right? Is it a Tuesday?
yeah.
Make a
And I
comment
think
that
I
the,
actually want,
oh.
Ms. Gall?
I agree.
This
I
is,
agree.
I mean,
I
it,
didn't wanna interrupt.
I wasn't, I was just asking a question. I was not trying to violate the law. So.
I also wanted to, I wanted to make a comment that the Race and Equity Committee has not been meeting very regularly, so they may be open on the 11th to either not have that meeting and they're not they are a town, they're not an official town committee, they're a town manager committee, so they may be willing to meet elsewhere.
I don't want to bounce somebody. You know, it's one of these things, if we're working to accommodate, and I appreciate that, but, you know.
So just to be clear, Commissioner Tar, two things. So is there a clear path for us to kind of pay attention to or follow so we can be best prepared, you know, for the 11th, just to address the concerns? Is
Yeah,
that working with staff or is that?
I would work with staff. I think that Commissioner Brothers and I will certainly be buddies and inform staff if as to where we are. I would probably check in with staff. We can let you know when an appropriate time would be after we've had an opportunity to get together. We'll do it in a way so that you've got enough time to be responsive to whatever it is, in addition to what you've heard this evening, to understand what we're thinking about. And then we'd reconvene on the 11th.
So just to be clear, so you're going to meet with staff and then staff is going to appropriately reach out to us. Is that right?
I think that's probably the best way to do it at this point. I mean, if you want to reach out individually, you know, you've got our numbers.
Oh, no,
And,
I'll do whatever is best for you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get clarity so that we can be best prepared for the 11th.
Yeah,
That's all.
so I mean, I would anticipate in the next day or two, we'll get together and sort of bulletize where we are, probably reach out to other people, try and meet with at least some people from the transportation, from the traffic. and
BPTS.
And kind of go from there.
And could I check legally, is it okay that if I contact Patrick directly and work on just the things I'm thinking about outside of this?
Definitely.
Yeah, so that,
I don't have an opinion.
No,
I
you
just
do,
wanted
and
to
you
make
gave the
sh-
right answer.
yes, because
Yeah,
I think
it's just that the two of you, if you can talk to each other all day long, but you can't consult with your colleagues. Yeah.
And just one last question. Obviously, a topic today was the story polls. You know, those are not meant to be up forever. Is it okay to take them down? Normally, there's a time period in which they need to be up.
I'd
around
probably
meeting.
keep them up through the 11th.
So the policy,
Does your story polls, I can't tell you what to
There's a
do.
policy that
If I
is gonna-
were going to do this, I wouldn't take
That's
them
not right.
down.
There's a policy.
so for the Storyport policy, I can pull it up, but I believe it says it has to stay up until a decision is made. Basically, the story polls need to remain until it would continue to the planning commission in this case, since the planning commission is the decision maker for the site development permit in this case, because it's referred up. So that policy does extend.
And
At least
isn't
that
it-
is my understanding of it.
Isn't it a couple weeks after that because there can be an appeal to the
I think
town
it's 10
council?
days after that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
There's the answer.
So we decided on the 11th at 4? Is that what we're going with?
So I would recommend we continue the meeting to the 11th with time uncertain. Staff will work with the committee that has the chamber at 7. If they're not going to hold a meeting, we'll do it at 7. If we have to do it earlier, we'll do that. But since we will be renoticing anyways, we can include that and we will have hopefully that pinned down within the next week or two. The exact time that the meeting would be held.
And a second and a vote to continue to February 11th.
I would so move.
I will second that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I move we adjourn.